30th of November. Typically, as is the Congress party, they made the promise, they pretend they cannot handle it, they have a problem on their hands. Siddaramaiah is a powerful leader. He has the support of a large base of Congress MLAs. The overwhelming feeling is that Siddaramaiah would still control 100 of the MLAs, but DK Shivakumar is equally confident. He has money power, he has financial clout. So his control on the situation is also strong. He's also one of the greatest supporters financially and monetarily in terms of organizing treasury funds to add to the corpus of the Congress party as it faces major elections in Tamil Nadu and in Assam, for which they will need a considerable amount of funds. Also keep in mind that the campaign of the BJP in Bihar, though it was not successful, was also financed from money that has been sourced from Karnataka. Karnataka is the only remaining cash cow for the Congress party. They don't have any other major state in which they are in power. So this is a very tragic situation for the Congress party. K.C. Venugopal has sort of put his hands up. He has called D.K. Shivakumar, and then this breakfast meeting was ham-handedly organized. There was a big discussion between them on who would go to whose house, which went on for a long time. And eventually D.K. Shivakumar has said that I have no ego issue here. I am willing to go. And so I think the meeting would have happened by now. I'm not expecting anything much out of this meeting simply because they want D.K. Shivakumar to compromise. And D.K. Shivakumar is seeing this as a do or die. He's also made it clear to the Congress party that he is the future-ready leader. He's positioning himself as a future-ready leader. He's saying if you choose not to go with me now, then who else do you go with? Are you going to go with 82-year-old Mallikarjun Kharge? Are you going to go with 80-year-old, Siddaramaiah? He's positioning himself as a slightly younger leader who has more years ahead of him and who can probably lead the Congress party, if given a chance, in the next election. Now, the problem for Congress party is if they get rid of D.K. Shivakumar now, then they have nobody in the party who can effectively lead the party 2.5 years from now. So that's the second card. First card of D.K. Shivakumar is you promised me. The second card of D.K. Shivakumar is who else do you have 2.5 years from now? You don't expect Siddaramaiah to be doing the job. Knowing all this, the Congress party does not have a solution in hand. It does not have a solution in hand. If they are going to have to be very careful, they're going to have to ask D.K. Shivakumar that if we make you chief minister, what can you get us? What financial support can you get us? What number of MLAs can you organize? But also, having said that, you see all the MLAs will fall in line. This is all typical trap of being in power, that you begin to think that the party MLAs are loyal to you. They are loyal to nobody. They are loyal to power. And if there is a single signal from the Congress party leadership that they have decided to dump Siddaramaiah and choose D.K. Shivakumar, everybody will go lock, stock and barrel to the other side. After all, elections are 2.5 years away. They all want to have the trappings of power. And I think D.K. is more or less strongly feeling about it. So sum total of it is that I expect that by tomorrow it's a make or break. And all these handshakes and all will not happen. I think it is going to be D.K. Shivakumar who will have to convince Siddaramaiah of the terms of his exit. I think there is a growing possibility that D.K. Shivakumar may push his way through. If he was completely being cold-shouldered by the Congress party, this breakfast meeting would not happen. So I think that I expect D.K. Shivakumar to win this by maybe Monday morning.
Viewers, we have some breaking news coming in. Airbus grounds 6,000 planes across the world, and Airbus has grounded the half of the global A320 fleet. These A320 fleets are being grounded for emergency software fix. In fact, intense solar radiations corrupting the critical flight control system is what you're given to understand. There's an unprecedented recall by Airbus to ensure software is fixed. The massive disruption is expected to peak travel season. Over 1,000 older jets require hardware replacements. Airbus has now grounded 6,000 planes across the world. The best-selling jet Airbus A320 is facing software issues. Harsha, my colleague, joins us to give us details. Harsha, over to you.
Yes, Yes, Priyanka rightly pointed out, more than 6,000 Airbus planes across the world are heavily impacted with the software snag which is caused in the Airbus. For all our viewers to know that there are almost 50 varieties, 50 sub-varieties of Airbus, which is now used by several airlines across the world. Not only Indigo, Air India, SpiceJet, Akasa, or AirAsia in our country uses Airbus, but there are so many European countries as well, and the US country as well, which uses the Airbus fleet. And that is the reason why on Friday, the night of Friday, it was issued by Airbus that there's a major ELAC flight control system which is impacted in the fleet of Airbus, and it has to be immediately fixed, because this system, Riyanka, is responsible for the flight controls, and so that the flight control doesn't go to automatic and doesn't lose the control mid-air, immediately the software has to be fixed. And that is the reason why today so many delays, cancellation, and diversions are happening in several airlines across the world. And in our country, if we say since morning, more than 300 flights are majorly impacted. There has been heavy cancellations because airlines has been advised by the Airbus to immediately fix this software snag, and to modification in the ELAC has to be done. The regulatory body in our country, DGCA, has also issued the notice to all the airlines that they have to modify ELAC, which is the inbuilt flight control system, immediately, so that passengers don't suffer and don't go through massive inconvenience as they're already going through since morning. We have spoken to Air India Express, we have spoken to Indigo. Now Indigo stated that less than 60%, like almost 60% of the Indigo fleet have already complied by the Airbus new ELAC format, because they are right now not using the older format of the Airbus. They have all the new Airbus in their fleet, and that is the reason no cancellations in Indigo has happened since morning. And when we spoke to Air India Express, they told us that 1/3 of the Air India Express fleet is impacted by the software technical snag and what they are trying to fix, and therefore major Airbus fleet is right now grounded. But yes, airlines should not take any risk, and that is the reason why each and every aircraft of Airbus, be it A320, A319, A341, there are almost 50 different fleets of Airbus. Each and every fleet is being checked massively by each and every airline, so that this software snag could be fixed, because this is some emergency snag which has occurred and impacted all the airlines. If not fixed right now, Riyanka, it could cause massive issue mid-air. And it also come to notice by Air India when there was one of the European airline which was using Airbus, the nose fell. The nose automatically fell, and there was no monitoring and no control over the ATC. And that was immediately when it was known, when the technical teams came on point, they got to know that exactly the issue is with the ELAC. And that is the reason the modification is needed. After that, the order was issued to all the airlines across the world that immediately the new ELAC system has to be modified and fixed in this software system. That is the reason today why the checks are continuously happening. The MOCA, DGCA, and the other regulatory bodies are already in touch with the Airbus India headquarters, and also each and every airline is complying by the rules and regulation what Airbus have already stated. But yes, today if we say today, passengers will go through massive inconvenience. They're already going through it because several flights have already been cancelled. But we are expecting that this software fixing will take place. Will be fixed by today evening, and from tomorrow onwards there could be the smooth travel across the world. So today it's a massive inconvenience in all the Airbus fleet. It's not only one, two, but all the Airbus fleet. And Riyanka, for all of viewers to also understand, the Airbus is the computerized inbuilt technical system in all the airlines. Airbus is one which is not manually, which is not like Boeing, which needs a lot of skill or engineering in its system. It's majorly controlled through computerized system. The ATC and the pilot in command, they are directly linked to the ELAC system. Everything happens through software. So in this Airbus, if software malfunction happens, then it's a huge problem. It's a huge trouble for not only for passengers, but for the pilot also, who will not be able to control anything if the problem occurs in the system of the aircraft. That is the reason why the software system to be changed, to be modified is very important. Back to you.
That's right, Harsha. Appreciate you giving those details. But for the fact that most of these models, whether it's A320 or the others, these are one of the best selling when it comes to Airbus. It is best world-selling passenger jet, and the ripple effect is being felt across. For how long are we expecting things to get back to normal?
See, Riyanka, major airlines, like if we talk about Air India Express, if we talk about Air Asia, if we talk about SpiceJet, they might be using the older aircraft of Airbus, but the order which was placed with Airbus by Indian Airlines, like Indigo and Air India, they are not using many of the older jets. These all problems are occurring in majorly in the older jets of Airbus. The first lot of Airbus, the second lot of Airbus, which Airbus delivered to all these airlines, majorly the problem is occurring in the European and the US nation, where the Airbus older systems are being used. In our country, less than one third of the fleet our airlines are using of the Airbus. Yes, that one third fleet is also of the 30 to 40 flight. We can't deny that. We can't ignore that. Air India, right now, if we talk about the Airbus issue in Air India, almost 50 to 60 Airbus jets have suffered in Air India. They are using the older format of Airbus. They are using only 20 to 30 new Airbus, new Airbus model. Likewise, if we talk about Indigo, they are using approximately, they have 15 to, let's say 15 to 17 older Airbus jet. Majorly 60% of Indigo fleet is already using new Airbus fleet, which order they placed 2 years ago. They got the delivery last year also they got the delivery of the new Airbus system. So yes, there's an issue, there's an occurrence of this problem, and therefore almost 40 flights of Air India, almost 15 flights of Air Indigo, almost Air Asia, 20 aircraft of Air Asia. SpiceJet, if we talk about entire SpiceJet in the span of 3 years have not placed any new order of the Airbus fleet, and that is the reason why SpiceJet, Air Asia, Akasa, they are majorly facing this problem. But in Indigo and Air India, they are the bigger airlines. They have the new Airbus, yes, but older ones as well. And therefore, since morning, almost 200 cancellations happened. 200 flights were, grounded for the Airbus fleet check, and this is a system which Airbus really need to monitor in their fleet, because this is an occurrence problem. If it enhances, if it goes to next level, then there could be a mid-air scare, and it could be very troubling for the passenger, because the system controls entire flight, controls each and every, be it autopilot, be it the landing, be it the navigation, be it the GPS, everything.
Right, Harsha, thank you for giving us the details. Let me also go across to Captain Kabir Malik, is an aviation expert. We'll also try and understand from him what does this mean. Mr. Malik, how do we... Okay, I've been told that we have lost that connection with Captain Kabir Malik. If Harsha is still with us, Harsha, as you were giving us all the details in terms of the upgrade of the emergency software fix, there are intense solar radiations that are corrupting the critical flight control, which is why these upgrades are needed. And, what are the measures being taken by the airlines for smooth mobility of the people? How are they, putting it all together?
So, Riyanka, majorly, there are certain protocols which airlines have to follow. Since yesterday night, when the notification from the Airbus came, major of the airlines, they already started rectifying it. They already started modifying the ELAC system, the new software fix. But even, Riyanka, this new software fix is not an easy thing to modify. It requires a lot of time for this fixation. First of all, the checks have to happen in the jet, whether exactly what kind of flight controls this is hampering. After that check, each and every flight is monitoring that how this new modification will happen. The software fixation, each and every guideline is directly given by Airbus. So it's not an easy task. It might take a lot of time. And that is the reason the airlines have grounded their aircraft. They are not right now. These Airbus, since the notification came out, all the Airbus have been grounded. The companies, the airlines are taking maximum precaution. It is something which directly controls flight control, as I was also telling you. In Boeing, there are several options. Like if one function doesn't work, there is type B, type C, type D. But if we talk about Airbus, it is completely computerized. It is completely dependent on the software. So there's an issue, if there's a snag in a software system of the aircraft, the software has to be changed. And this Airbus software system is a very technical system. It needs modification, it needs upgradation, it needs fixing of all the flight control system. So they have to fix all these issues, and after that, the jets will be ready to go. So today, entire day, the passengers are going to face inconvenience. They are going to face the cancellation issue. And we have been told that the airlines are also refunding the entire amount of the cancellation since this problem has occurred since morning. But right now, all major airlines have grounded their flight, have grounded the Airbus fleet for the proper checks. They're not taking any risk, not only the older fleet of Airbus, but the new fleet of Airbus as well. They're continuously monitoring, checking, the ground checks is happening. After the proper fixation and updation and modification of the ELAC system in the software, the airlines will fly the Airbus. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you for giving us those details, very crucial details coming in from my colleague Harsha, who has explained the entire situation. On this, we continue to bring you updates on that story, viewers, as people are going to be facing a bit of issues in terms of that. But it's time we take a short commercial break. Stay tuned. We will be back with more news and updates on the other side as we bring you more details in terms of the flights which have been grounded from the side of Airbus. Over 6,000 flights being grounded. More details on the other side. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the...
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy, Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry, sir.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show.
I forgot, sir. India wants to know.
This is my show.
Yes, sir.
Stop waving to your fans. Be modest.
अभी बाद में बात करेंगे.
आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप नहीं ये क्या कर रहे हो?
अरे सर, humbleness. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state.
A very warm welcome to the latest edition of Our Defense with me, Rakhta Mishra. Viewers, you're watching the show that brings you all the top defense stories and the stories that matter for India. From the India-France deal on the hammer bomb kit to the warning by the Defense Secretary to defense manufacturers to the notum that has been issued in the Bay of Bengal. We get you covered with all the top stories of the week as we keep our forces first. So So viewers, India has taken a big step forward in defense manufacturing. Bharat Electronics Limited and France's Safran Electronics and Defense have signed a 50-50 joint venture agreement to manufacture the advanced Hammer precision guided air-to-ground weapon system on Indian soil. It's going to be made in India. Now the Hammer, it stands for Highly Agile Modular Munition Extended Range. It's a smart munition, a smart bomb that converts regular bombs into high-precision weapons using GPS plus laser or infrared guidance, enabling accurate strikes with minimal collateral damage. And now under this deal between Safran and of course BEL, components, electronics and mechanical parts will gradually be produced in India, raising the indigenous content about 60%. Now, final assembly, testing and quality control will be handled by BEL. With this, India not only reduces dependence on foreign imports for critical defense equipment, but also strengthens domestic defense manufacturing capability in line with Atmanirbhar Bharat goals. And in short, what was once a fully imported weapon system is now moving towards being built in India, a concrete step towards operational readiness for the Indian Air Force and Navy. Now, originally, viewers, it has been, why is it important, viewers? Why India is going all Hammer and BrahMos now? It has been used by NATO forces in Afghanistan, Mali, Libya and Syria. Now, importantly, it has been used in Operation Sindoor. We'll go to that part very, very soon. Now, Hammer has been used to obliterate the terror hubs in Pakistan very, very importantly. So, Pakistan knows very well what the Hammer is capable of. It is resistant to jamming as well. India first acquired the system in 2020 during heightened tensions with China after Galwan clash. It was part of the emergency procurement, viewers. Now, its impact was seen most recently during Operation Sindoor, as I just mentioned, where the Indian Air Force used the Hammer-armed Rafale jets to carry out deep, precise and calibrated strikes on terror infrastructure in Pakistan and the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, if we compare, now why do we need the Hammer? Because we've been talking about the BrahMos so much, viewers. But both are very, very important. Many of the analysts tell us that India must adopt a dual-track missile strategy. BrahMos should remain the scalpel, a precise, high-value strike weapon. But India also needs a Hammer, a cheaper, long-range cruise missile that can be mass-produced in large numbers to saturate enemy systems. Operation Sindoor cemented BrahMos' reputation. But future conflicts will demand not just speed and accuracy, they will also demand scale. They need preparation for that challenge, and it may shape India's next phase of missile development. Okay, so viewers, let me just get you, we will go straight across to our guest without wasting any time, and we will go across to Air Commodore Ashminder Behel joining us on the broadcast for more. Okay, let me just tell you the difference between both the BrahMos and Hammer. Now, this is of course the long-range cruise missile I was just telling you. This is the precision glide GPS guided bomb. It's a smart bomb, as it is called. Now, the range for Hammer is 15 to 70 kilometers. Of course, this is a very, very longer range missile. Speed is Mach 2.823. It is subsonic. If you talk about Hammer, it's a glide munition. If you talk about the role, it is used for surgical strikes on fortified targets, just like India had done that during Operation Sindoor. BrahMos, the deep strike, anti-ship and attack. Of course, this is what Pakistan is well aware of. What BrahMos is capable, they have admitted themselves. People in India can keep questioning. Now, warhead is 200 to 300 kilograms. If you talk about the BrahMos. 125 to 1,000 kilograms. You can see the difference as far as the warhead carrying capability of these two are concerned. Talking about the other, the differences, it's low altitude launch, pinpoint accuracy and jam-proof guidance. Jam-proof is very, very important. So it doesn't, it is resistant to the jammers. This is high speed, of course. BrahMos is a supersonic missile. It's high impact and it, of course, carries out kinetic destruction. And next we go on to another, okay, we will discuss more about the difference and the requirement with Air Commodore Ashminder Behel joining us on Our Defense once again. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Our Defense, sir. Commodore Behel, well, you know, India is going all hammer and BrahMos on the enemy, isn't it? Now, hammer, sir, is going to be made in India. It's known as a smart bomb, big boost for Make in India. But could you just highlight for our viewers, sir, why is it so important?
Rachita, so nice to come back again with you on this important channel and discuss issues that are very germane to our country's movement of forward in Atmanirbharta. It's a great moment for India that we are going to co-develop those systems which are considered to be extremely advanced in the world. First of all, why should we develop a bomb like Hammer when we have a missile like BrahMos, which can reach up to 450 kilometers with 300 kg warhead? There are certain very important aspects to this. The first aspect is that we can convert dumb bombs. Dumb bombs are relatively much cheaper, which means they are not smart munitions, they are not very accurate, and they fall free under the effect of gravity. So those bombs could be 250 kg, 500 kg, 1000 kg bombs. And now we have those in large numbers and we can produce those in large numbers. So when we want to use a BrahMos missile, which is very costly, between $3 to $4 million per missile, we want to attack only a high value target. But once we want to attack all other targets that are there in the tactical battle area, not very far from the border, even if they are bunkers, you know, mostly Pakistan hides their terrorists in bunkers or in command and control structures which are underneath the ground, and where you need penetration by a high mass weapon system such as the Hammer. We had earlier used in Balakot strikes Spice 2000 bomb. Whereas we don't need those now, we are going to co-develop it with the Safran company itself, this with Bharat Electronics Limited, with the indigenization content going up to 60%. And when we want to convert a large number of munitions into smart weapon systems, which means you need modification in two aspects. The first aspect is the guidance and accuracy part, where they will guide and accurately hit the bunker type or the hardened, the structure type of target systems, such as weapon depots, which are located in the vicinity of where the warfare is taking place. So those kind of targets, if you're going to hit, then this weapon would be very cost effective and you can use it. And remember, in warfare, the weapon systems are being consumed in hundreds or thousands per day. So when we are looking at that kind of scale, we need a weapon system that is not so expensive as a BrahMos missile, but does a task which it is required to do. And that is where Hammer comes in. And we are not only going to produce for the Air Force, we are also going to produce it for the Navy, Indian Navy, where we are getting 26 more Rafale. But more importantly, it is the strategic cooperation and strategic partnership that we have with France. France is our second largest importer and second largest exporter of defense equipment to India. Can you believe that? Second largest exporter and second largest importer of defense equipment, which includes software and electronic equipment, as well as systems for airframe, systems for Airbus aircraft, which is also one of the companies is from France. Now, when we look at this, we are also looking at developing an ecosystem. If you remember, Rafale fuselage are going to be manufactured in India, in Hyderabad, between Dassault Aviation as well as Tata Advanced Systems Limited. Then we are also going to manufacture Safran engine, co-develop it in India. And that's going to have 100% transfer of technology. Imagine the ecosystem that we are developing in India today. Imagine how fast we are indigenizing things. Imagine how fast we don't have to depend on any country in case a war takes place, when you require the scale of weapon systems which are being consumed very rapidly, being produced in India. So you are not going to be held economic blackmail from any country if you can develop those systems in India. And imagine that in case of the Rafale fuselage, which we are developing with Tata Advanced Systems Limited. We'll be exporting it. There are 533 orders for Rafale for the French company, and they need another help, some other country which can manufacture the fuselage for them, and that's where India comes in. See, it's not just developing a bomb, it is developing an ecosystem, developing the MSMEs, developing the SMEs who will be supporting this ecosystem and enhancing the technological development in our great country, India.
Right, sir. Many thanks, Commodore Behel, for joining us with your insights on today's story, viewers. We'll tell you more about this partnership between India and France, viewers. This is about Safran, the French company that's involved in making the hammer. It has stepped up the expansion in India for civil and military aviation to further Atmanirbharta goals. Now, Safran is essentially looking at a model that blends global expertise and homegrown muscle. The Safran DRDO partnership currently propels the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, or the AMCA. Much talked about AMCA, much awaited AMCA. Now, Safran has sealed a landmark 61,000 crore deal with DRDO's GTRE to co-develop a clean sheet 120 to 140 kilonewton thrust class turbofan engine. It has been touted as a from-scratch marvel, granting India 100% tech transfer, full IPR ownership and zero foreign components, slashing import chains and empowering other Indian firms to forge additional engines locally. In fact, France, and that is of course important, that France's aerospace giant Safran is doubling down on India, and not just with bombs and missiles, but with engines, maintenance, supply chains, deep technology transfer. So this of course has been signified by the inauguration of the first global engine MRO center outside France in Hyderabad that happened recently for servicing civilian aircraft. So the maintenance will be in India, a move that will shorten the maintenance cycles and also slash the foreign dependencies and make India a hub for engine upkeep. All right, viewers, now shifting focus to the other big story that we are tracking for on our defense today, viewers. We have on one hand modernization within the armed forces that is quickly picking up. It's much talked about, but Defense Secretary, echoing what the CDS said days ago, Defense Secretary Rajesh Kumar has sounded an alarm. He has in fact issued a warning. He has laid bare the emergency procurement deals that are meant for lightning fast buys. It must deliver in 1 year flat or face foreclosure. Point blank period. That's the warning. He questioned the overpromise, under-delivered trap, and vowing steeper liquidated damages to enforce timelines. And this, of course, is a big statement that has been given by the Defense Secretary.
Let me say that the delays are not only by domestic manufacturers. You've seen the S-400s getting delayed because of the conflicts. Israel orders, also many of them are delayed because of the conflicts that they are facing. There are supply chain issues which have affected them in the context of the General Electric engines that they've been having to wait for. So yes, all of it is not solely attributable to our indigenous manufacturers, but yes, I mean, there is a tendency to overpromise and underdeliver.
All right, so viewers, this is a comment that comes close on the heels of what Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan had said, echoing the same sentiment. In fact, General Chauhan had ripped into domestic players as well for watching the 5th and 6th phase fast tracks, calling the delays unacceptable. He had said that the army had reported that most Indian firms did not meet contractual deadlines. Listen in.
We expect a bit of nationalism and patriotism in your profit-driven endeavors. I'm given to understand, actually, the army was telling me that they were scouting around for 5th and 6th EP procurements. Most of the people have overpromised things and they fail to deliver in that time frame. Now, this is unacceptable. Defense reforms is not a one-way street. Industry will have to be truthful about their capabilities to us. You can't leave us in a lurch. You sign a contract and you don't deliver at that particular time. It's a capability that is being lost. You have to be truthful about your indigenous capabilities. There could be security-related issues. A lot of industries say, okay, this is 70% Indians. But actually, if you find out, it is not. So you have to be truthful in this, because it is related to its questioning matters of security. You will have to be cost competitive. Cost competitive is not for selling to the Indian armed forces. You have to be cost competitive so that you can compete in the foreign market. You can't have products which are overpriced.
And viewers, a similar, of course, sentiment was raked up, and in fact, it was Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh just recently who had in fact lamented the delay in the delivery of from HAL, of course, from Tejas, and this is a massive delivery deadlock that we're talking about. This is Rajesh Singh, the Defence Secretary, and after that, General Chauhan, 16th of November. Now, these are the projects specially in focus. There are many of them, but this is like the Tejas Mark 1 timeline. You can see it has been delayed. We talk about the next. Tejas, of course, is for HAL. Now, CATS Warrior UCAV as well. The original timeline was 2026, delayed, postponed to 2027 now. And Zorawar light tank, original timeline, again, you can see it was to be delivered this year, but again, it has been delayed. It's also about the S-400 air defense systems. India, of course, is waiting for the pending deliveries. Now, 2025 looks difficult. Next year, India is expecting, and with Vladimir Putin coming to India soon, India will be taking up that issue with the Vladimir Putin and the delegation from Moscow. We were shifting focus now. India has expanded the danger zone off the coast of Visakhapatnam between the 1st of December and 4th of December, issuing a notification, the NOTAM. The space for an upcoming sea-launched missile test could cover as much as 3,485 kilometers. This move comes amid renewed activity by multiple Indian Ocean region operating so-called research vessels from China. We call them the spy ships from China. Ships that, while officially civilian, are widely believed to carry advanced sensors capable of tracking missile telemetry, submarine movements, and maritime data. Okay, we just show you the no-fly zone. That is the maximum length. It's quite long range if you see. And India, of course, aims to ensure the safety in the region, and it is in continuation of those efforts. So from Visakhapatnam, you can see this is off. This is near, of course, Odisha, but you go to it goes up to Visakhapatnam down south. Now, you show you this here on the wall, viewers. This is the Bay of Bengal region. The maximum length is 3,485 kilometers. And this entire region is on alert. This is a NOTAM that has been issued. No-fly zone for a likely missile test. Looks like a long range or could be a high altitude one as well. And henceforth, this notice to airmen has been sent out by New Delhi. And we will be joined shortly by our guest on that story. Okay, defense expert Major General A.K. Sivach is joining us on the broadcast. General Sivach, many thanks for joining us on Our Defense. How do you read into this NOTAM, sir? Because it's quite a long-range missile what we are looking at. We do not know exactly, of course, it is not going to be revealed. But in your understanding, sir, these NOTAMs and the missile test after missile tests, what message is this sending out, and what measures, India should be taking in this pursuit?
No, Shita, 1, 2, 3 things stands out. One is this, initially the planning of testing of these weapons was in October. But however, it was postponed because there were 4 spy ships which were though in international water, very close to Bay of Bengal. But they were the Chinese ship and they could monitor this. And hence it was postponed. And possibility now taking place from 1st to 3rd. And again on 6th to 8th. And the type of missile which are likely to be tested, one is the BrahMos, that is anti-ship cruise missile. That is likely to be tested because that's a very potent weapon which we have, BrahMos, because it has done extremely well in Operation Sindoor. Now we want to use it as also anti-ship and with extended range. So that is one. Second thing is possibly Agni 6 is the another one on the range. That can be also tested because Agni 6 now the range is more than 3,550 kilometers. And this is a very, very potent missile. And though, of course, it's a cruise missile, but it's extremely good. And even in BrahMos point 2 is again decided that it will be hypersonic. BrahMos 1.0 is a supersonic. Now Agni 6, and then there is chance of K4. That is a missile which can carry a nuclear warhead, and this can be fired from Arihant ship submarine, which we have now recently got it manufactured within the country. Now that is again possibly can be tested. So we are contemplating, it can be BrahMos, it can be BrahMos hypersonic also, it can be anti-ship also with extended range, it can be also Agni 6 which has a range of 3,550 km, or possibly it can be a K4 which has also range of approximately 4,000 km, which can be fired, it's a nuclear war, it can be fired basically from the submarine, and that is an Ariane nuclear powered submarine. Now the question comes is that how have we performed as far as the missile concerned? Remember that we are the powerhouse of the missiles, and after Russia and China it is India. And the best point of this is that it is all indigenous, and majority of these missiles we have made it ourselves. Initially we started with Prithvi, then we have now gone to Agni, then we have got Parle, we have also got BrahMos. BrahMos is a world-class cruise missile, and as we were discussing, BrahMos 2.0 will be hypersonic, though it is a joint production of India and Russia. The demand is increasing manifold. Philippines have already buy, Indonesia and Malaysia are on the last phase of the talk. So what I am saying, Asita, as far as the missiles are concerned, we are the powerhouse of the world, and the best thing is make in India, make for world. That is the formula which India is following.
Absolutely. General Sevas, many thanks for joining us on our defense viewers. And we now shift our focus to what happened in the national capital. Chanakya Defense Dialogue viewers, important statements coming in from the Chief of Defense Staff, General Anil Chauhan. He sounded a stark warning that global geopolitics is slipping into turbulence. Next era may bring far greater instability. He in fact flagged the change in future warfare and how India must be prepared. Also, we'll tell you what Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, said during the Chanakya Defense Dialogue, as he said that India wants peace but not at the cost of sovereignty. Listen in.
Global geopolitics itself is in a kind of a state of flux with shifting alliances and security interdependencies. The future world could hence be more violent and a very, very unstable place. And the militaries of nations have to be prepared for this particular eventuality. The technology and geopolitical trends will influence warfare. Essentially, this addresses the question of why and how wars take place. So Indian armed forces have to think of new trends to define new concepts, doctrines and strategies to take care of these two trends which I just spoke about. And they must therefore be ready to operate in an environment where rules of engagement are either non-existent or complex, or there are no rules of engagement at all.
India has always believed in peace and dialogue, and we remain committed to that approach. But let me say clearly, when it comes to our sovereignty and the security of our people, we do not compromise. Our armed forces have shown again and again that they are capable and ready. It is this blend of restraint and the firmness that allows us to manage our neighborhood challenges while contributing to regional stability.
And finally, viewers, India's coastal security has got a major boost, a powerful boost this week with the induction of INS Mahe, the first of a new class of shallow water anti-submarine warships built indigenously under the Cochin Shipyard Limited. Commissioned on 24th of November at the Naval Dockyard in Mumbai, the INS Mahe stands out not just as a ship, but as a symbol of India's growing self-reliance in defense, viewers. This is the silent hunter in the seas. Why it's important? In fact, take a look at this beauty and understand the significance of the induction.
Today I am reminded that the strength of armed forces lies in synergy. The sea, land and the skies form a single continuum of national security. And together the Army, Navy and Air Force form the trinity of India's strategic strength. In this age of multi-domain operations, our ability to act in concert from the depths of ocean to the highest frontier will determine the security and influence of our republic. We are an operation line in every domain, from Ladakh to the Indian Ocean, from information warfare to joint logistics. Op Sindoor was an apt example towards that synergy. The Indian Army too has launched a series of initiatives under an overall umbrella of a decade of transformation in which jointness and integration is an important pillar.
Pull-ender. And viewers, with that as a wrap on this edition of Our Defense, we leave you with the latest visuals that have been released by the Indian Army, how India is fully prepared for any conflict. The Ashni platoon, the drone platoon, is also fully prepared, and we tell you how. Thanks for watching. Jai Hind.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and health.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Power tussle. DK Shivakumar Siddaramaiah holds press briefing after key breakfast meeting. Siddaramaiah says there's no difference between them. DK Shivakumar Siddaramaiah said they will abide by High Command's order and reiterate that Congress will return to power in 2028. Republic gets inside scoop on Karnataka power tussle. Sources tell Republic that DK Shivakumar is unwilling to compromise. Airbus grounds 6,000 flights worldwide for urgent software update after JetBlue pitched down scare. Imran Khan's sister issues sharp warnings over his isolation, denied access and rising tension, saying any harm to Imran could push Pakistan into chaos. Russian President Vladimir Putin to be on state visit to India for annual summit on the 4th and the 5th of December. To hold bilaterals with Prime Minister Modi.
Right, viewers, thank you for staying with us. We start with the breaking news coming in. Airbus has now grounded 6,000 planes across the world, with half of the global A320 fleet has been grounded for emergency software fix. This is after intense solar radiations corrupting critical flight control systems were reported. Unprecedented recall by Airbus to ensure that the software is fixed. There have been massive disruptions that is expected during the peak travel season. Over 1,000 older jets have now been required to replace their hardware systems. That is the big breaking news that we're getting in at the moment, the biggest story, the headline of the moment. Let's go across to Riyanka, my colleague who joins me live from the newsroom with more details. Riyanka, first of all, give us a sense of what is this issue that has been reported which has forced Airbus to take this step?
That's right. First we see that there is a technical issue, the software upgrades and hardware upgrades also, which are required for the older models of Airbus, which is why nearly 6,000 aircrafts have now been grounded by Airbus, and that is going to be holding a huge effect on the travel and mobility of the people at this point in time during the extreme travel times, and there is expectancy of a huge inflow of passengers already. Although we understand that a JetBlue operated A320 aircraft traveling from Mexico to the United States had encountered an in-flight control issue due to a computer malfunction, and that is when the particular issue had come up. A320 aircraft cruising at 35,000 feet suddenly pitched nose down without the pilot input. That has caused a brief but harrowing drop altitude that had also injured nearly 15 people. And because of the experience of the uncommanded and limited pitch down event, the autopilot had remained engaged throughout the event with a brief and limited loss of altitude. In fact, the preliminary technical assessment done by Airbus identified a malfunction of the affected ELAC as possible contributing factor, which is why now they have gone ahead and they have decided that they will be grounding in 6,000 Airbus aircrafts to do the checks and given more upgrades in terms of software and hardware. Now, if we talk about Air India Airbus fleet, a total of 104 aircraft have been identified as affected by the required software upgrade. No flight cancellations are expected as a result of this activity, and operations continue normally. That is coming in as far as the update of Air India Airbus is concerned. So far, the software upgrade has already been completed on 47 aircraft is what we are given to understand, and the remaining work is progressing rapidly on that.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for giving us those details. On that note, viewers, let's go across to Captain Kabir Malik, aviation expert, who joins us live with more details. Sir, thank you for connecting with us this afternoon. Sir, given that half of, the global A320 fleet has now been grounded, from your perspective, so if you can give us a sense of how critical the situation is and what is the next course of action for Airbus here on?
See, in the earlier stage, it came to in the knowledge of the Airbus company, and they notified and notification had been issued by this Airbus all over the world to the all the airlines which is they are using Airbus 319, 320, and 321 aircrafts these days. This thing has happened because of the solar radiations in the software of this aircraft, particularly it effect on the ELAC, which is we count elevator and aileron computer control system. It had happened as this Priyanka shared with this all detail that it had happened this with the aircraft, a JetBlue aircraft, which is heading towards Mexico to New York to New Jersey flight, and it was hardly 4 to 5 second impact was on this radiation, solar radiation on this aircraft, and the big incident had happened with the passenger and the aircraft. And it was an emergency landing, which is, they landed this aircraft somewhere in the Florida Tempe airport. And it is very critical, which is came to knowledge in Airbus, and they took the action immediately, and advisory had been issued all over the world with the airlines. And the same is it issued against this Air India and Air Indigo have the biggest fleet of this series aircrafts. And this panic situation, I think so, it may be solved within 2-3 days. This Airbus company will be modified and update the software with their systems.
Right. Captain Malik, I also want to understand, this radiation malfunction that has been reported, if and whenever this is fixed, what sort of checks and balances would you say that the airlines must have in place so that, in the future, such incidents are not reported again, and, we don't see a case where at least, half of the entire fleet worldwide is grounded?
See, the fleet of almost of this series, 6,000 of machines are flying these days, and impact definitely would be going on their business and the passengers also. But it is very necessary, and this glitch is find out and detect by this airline. It is undercome to the safety norms, and it is good. I think so, better than going to be happen anything serious. At previous had happened in July. You can find out in the Ahmedabad this. Boeing 789 aircraft was, crashed, and it. So this is the precautionary action by Airbus, and I just welcome to this company, and then DGC also they are taking instant action against of these Airbus series. And I think this in this panic situation, they have the alternate flying machinery also with them. And I don't think so within 2-3 days it will going to be solved out very shortly. And it's not going to be happen in future. Airbus had the latest technology, and they have very renowned and experienced engineers with them. And I had idea long time back. It had happened in the history of this Airbus in 55 years. The first kind of incident it came to in the knowledge, and they upgraded this software. I think is more advanced with the backup system also in the future.
All right, Captain Kabir Malik, thank you for joining us and giving us your take on that matter, keeping a close watch on that for you viewers. For the moment, let's quickly take a look at everything else that is making news across the country at this hour. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. European aerospace giant Airbus has warned flights will be disrupted after it requested immediate modifications to thousands of its planes. The move comes after the discovery that intense radiation from the sun could corrupt data crucial to flight controls. About 200 to 250 aircraft of Indian Airlines are under threat from the radiation and will have to be grounded for some time. Several areas of Tamil Nadu received rainfall influenced by cyclone Ditwa that centered over coastal areas of Sri Lanka and adjoining southwest Bay of Bengal caused waterlogging in many areas. Delhi's overall air quality remained in the very poor category on Saturday morning, with the AQI at most places above 300 and at some places above 400. The city has been battling poor air quality for the last 14 days, the ongoing cold wave gripping the national capital and nearby cities is compounding the crisis. Prime Minister Modi will chair the 60th All India Conference of Directors General and Inspectors General of Police being held in Chhattisgarh today. The Prime Minister will take part in various sessions scheduled under the conference today and tomorrow. The three-day conference began yesterday at the Indian Institute of Management in Nawa Raipur. And viewers, the Indian Navy announced that Navy Day 2025 will be celebrated with a large-scale operational demonstration on the 3rd of December at Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. The event, advanced by a day from its earlier December 4th schedule, will highlight the Navy's precision, professionalism and expanding maritime capabilities.
From bustling ports that fuel our economy to the tranquil shores where life thrives, the ocean is our lifeline. Guarding the nation's lifelines, the Indian Navy remains ever vigilant across vast trade routes and strategic quarters. From coastal security to humanitarian relief, the Indian Navy stands committed to your safety and peace. From the historical victory of Operation Trident to our maritime dominance during Operation Sindoor, we are the enablers of maritime security across the Indian Ocean region. Witness our prowess, experience our commitment. This December 3rd, join us at Shangamugam Beach, Thiruvananthapuram. The Navy for the nation.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the
I did my MBA, went around, and I joined JBL, sir. There's a story also when I told my boss, sir, मेरे पैसे बढ़ा दो, उन्होंने बढ़ाई नहीं, तो मैंने बोला मार्केट में मिलते हैं सर.
Market में मिलते हैं. They were very aggressive, very aggressive. चलिए market.
Passionate, sir, passionate.
Passionate.
Yeah.
By the way, Aman, I also left Times Now. I started Times Now on my own.
Yeah.
And I left in 2016. I launched the product in 2017.
Yes, yes.
But I did not use this line. मुझे भी use करना चाहिए था. Market में मिलते हैं आप. You have to say it in a particular
Yeah,
tone.
it has to be said in like a
Swag,
yeah,
with swag.
Yeah. Market में मिलते हैं.
हाँ?
ऐसे बढ़ा दो मार्केट.
पैसे बढ़ाओ मगर मार्केट में.
नहीं तो.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today, we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का. उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir.
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry, sir.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This
sir.
is not your
I
show.
forgot, sir. India wants to know.
This is my show.
Yes, sir.
Stop waving to your fans. Be modest.
अभी बाद में बात करेंगे.
आप पॉलिटिशियन हो. आप पॉलिटिशियन हो. आप नहीं ये क्या कर रहे हो?
अरे सर, humbleness. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan's recent military and security developments.
In turn, the United States supplies Taiwan with arms like Patriot missiles and F-16 jets, offering security commitments without formal recognition. Allies, such as Japan, provide indirect support through joint exercises and intelligence sharing. Japan's warning stems from its proximity and vulnerabilities. The Taiwan Strait lies just 70 miles from Japan's southern islands, serving as a vital choke point for global trade. An estimated $5 trillion in goods pass through annually, including oil, electronics, and raw materials. Japan-Taiwan bilateral trade hit $72.3 billion in 2024, with Japan exporting $38.5 billion in machinery and chemicals, while importing $33.8 billion in semiconductors and components. Any blockage could cripple Japan's economy, which relies on Taiwan for over 60% of its advanced chip supply. Additionally, Japan hosts about 54,000 U.S. troops across bases.
and gentlemen, today we convene under a defining theme, India's global moment. A phrase that reflects not just an aspiration but a reality taking shape, where reform, resilience and innovation are converging to position Bharat as a force of transformation on the global stage.
And we will be inaugurating this day of dialogue and discovery with our very special guest, the first Our Talk that features one of India's most dynamic policy visionaries, a civil servant whose leadership has propelled landmark national missions like Make in India, Startup India, and Ease of Doing Business. A believer in the power of innovation and enterprise, he has championed India's transition into a globally competitive and self-reliant economy.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa and former CEO of Niti Aayog, a visionary reformer who continues to inspire a new era of public policy leadership. Please welcome Mr. Amitabh Kant as he shares his insights on Atmanirbharta, antidote to turmoil.
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me first say what a delight it is to visit this campus. I've been to the CNN, BBC, and the Al Jazeera campuses, and this one is at least 1,000 times better than all of them. So, this is by far the finest campus of any news channel, and the newsroom is absolutely world class. I don't think there's a better newsroom than this anywhere in the world. So this demonstrates what the spirit of excellence, what great passion and commitment can do, and I'm truly delighted to be here, Arnab. So my compliments to you and your very dynamic, energetic, and vibrant team, which has built this institution with love and passion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take you back to 2014. At that point of time, I was Secretary, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion. India was facing the twin balance sheet problem. There were huge debts on the balance sheet of corporates, and there were non-performing assets on the bank side. Indian economy was then termed as one of the fragile fives of the world. In the last decade, we've moved from fragile five to the top four. And in a year and a half, we'll be the top 3 economies of the world. During this period, I've been associated personally with the Ease of Doing initiative. And at that point of time, India was ranked 144th in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business. And the Prime Minister tasked me to eliminate a lot of rules, regulation, procedures. India, while the World Bank was doing the ranking, India jumped up in 2 years, 79 positions in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business. But more than that, it's the only country in the world which has eliminated about close to 1,800 laws. It's fully digitized its economy. But this is a work in progress. Every day we do keep doing innovative things, and as the Prime Minister yesterday announced, that the nuclear sector, which has been a monopoly of the public sector, will be opened up for the private sector. In the last 3 to 4 years, we've opened up the space sector, we've opened up the geospatial sector, we've opened up the drone sector, and now we are opening up the nuclear sector for private sector participation. The space sector, the geospatial sector, the drone sector have led to almost over 3,500 new startups emerging in these areas and accelerating the pace of growth of Indian economy. And with nuclear sector opening up, you will see the emergence of India as a champion of small modular reactors. So you will see a large number of young companies emerging in this area of nuclear growth. And to my mind, one of the greatest hallmark of the Indian economy in the last decade is that it's built the spirit of free enterprise. That it's not the government. The government will act as a catalyst, as a facilitator, but the private sector will be the driver of growth. And the Indian private sector and the Indian startup movement will really be the key torch bearer of this growth. And in the long run, if India is to grow on a sustained basis from a 4 trillion to a 30+ trillion dollar economy, the private sector of India and the young startups of India and our ability to create young entrepreneurs will be the key to India's growth story. And therefore, my belief that this challenge of 4 trillion to a 30+ trillion dollar economy, we should clearly comprehend this. It means that your GDP has to grow 9 times, your per capita income has to grow 8 times, your manufacturing has to grow 16 times. And since there's a young audience here, it's important to tell you that very few countries in the world have been able to do this. It was done by Japan post-World War II, it was done later by Korea, and in recent time, China has grown at scorching pace of growth. Only 3 countries in the world, all other countries of the world were caught in the middle income trap. 108 countries of the world are caught in the middle income trap. So the Prime Minister's bet on India becoming Viksit Bharat is a very ambitious, a very audacious task. And for India to be able to do this, you need free enterprise to grow and prosper. When these 3 countries were growing, it was a different world. It was a period of political stability across the world. New institutions like UN, Security Council, World Trade Organizations were there. They ensured stability in the growth of these countries in the world. What we are seeing is a different world. We are seeing geopolitical crisis, you're seeing conflict, you're seeing wars, you're seeing the breakdown of global supply chains. You're seeing a war in the heart of Europe for 4 years. You saw a war in the Middle East. You've seen over 180,000 people dying in Russia-Ukraine war. And you're seeing over 350,000 people dying in the Middle East. It's a different world. When Japan was growing, Korea was growing, China was growing, there was a post-World War II era. So first and foremost, we must understand that the period of stability across the world has come to an end. The period of stability has come to an end. There's a geopolitical conflict and tension on. The second is that when these 3 countries were growing, Japan, Korea, China were growing, the global supply chains were growing and expanding. It was possible to import, do value addition, and re-export. There was free trade. America was driving free trade, Europe was driving free trade, and therefore they said, we'll manufacture in China, we'll import, we'll put it together, we'll do value addition. Value will be made in the United States, but hard manufacturing will be done in China, but global value chain was their approach. That has broken down completely, and you're seeing protectionism and tariff at the heart of policies across the world. Trump is imposing tariffs, he's pushing for protectionism, Xi Jinping is responding with counter tariffs, and then, therefore, across the world, you're seeing a period of breakdown of global value chain with protectionism and tariff at the heart of it. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that in the midst of these two global crises, there is a third force. And we are all living in an era when the world is seeing the biggest rise in productivity and growth. And that is because of data, machine learning, artificial intelligence. We're seeing disruption which will enable us to solve problems which the world could never solve earlier. You can now improve learning outcomes, health outcomes, nutritional standards at a much more rapid pace because of the emergence of artificial intelligence. Today, vast amount of data is backed by huge amount of very sophisticated software, and huge computing power, which was not available earlier, enables you to do artificial intelligence at a scale and size which was unparalleled. And therefore, we are very fortunate to be living in an era which will see the rise of productivity which the world has never seen before. And therefore, to my mind, this is a great opportunity for India. And this is an opportunity to technologically pole vault. So what has India done to move from fragile 5 to top 4? First, that you want to be in the global spot, you want to be a leader. As the Prime Minister said, you have to constantly reform. You have to constantly reform, like we did with the GST, the goods and services tax across the country. No other country has that, but we have one tax across the economy and we constantly refine it, like we've done recently. We brought in the insolvency bankruptcy code because India had socialism which prohibited entry, and you could not exit capitalism without exit. But what India has done with insolvency and bankruptcy code is to bring a lot of financial discipline. And since you're all here in this part of Noida, you could see a number of uncompleted buildings because of real estate, where we've brought in the Real Estate Regulation Act, which has brought discipline. But the corporate tax rate was lowered 2 years back to bring it on par with the world's best regime. And we focused on ease of doing business in a very big way. So structural reforms. But the most important thing for India has been that it digitized its economy, and 1.5 billion people in India have a digital identity. It enabled young startups to do fast payments. Between 2015 and 2017, we opened 550 million bank accounts. Every second bank account was opened in India. We then seeded it with Aadhaar and mobile number. And then it enabled all these young startups to do fast payments. India is the only country where PhonePe competes with Google Pay and Paytm competes with Amazon Pay. We built an alternative model of open source, open API, globally interoperable model. It's very different from the Western part of the world, where all of you, when you get into Meta or you get onto Google or you get onto Amazon, your data is owned by them. Your data is owned by them, and that data is then analyzed by them. They build new products and sell it back to you at high prices. So your data is owned by them, but in India, the digital empowerment protection architecture ensures that your data is owned by you. The model cannot memorize your data. And that is why During India's G20, it was accepted that this is the model for the rest of the world and the global south should emulate what India has done. So, ladies and gentlemen, India built up an alternative model where we built the digital public interest layer, but we allowed private sector to innovate and compete. And therefore, we did fast payments, and today we do 50% of the fast payments in the world. China is next with 20%. But then we had a number of young startups, Mobikwik, Pine Lab, etc., who started looking at the history of fast payments and provided credit. And then you had another set of startups, Zerodha, Grow Up Stock, who took stock market to tier 2, tier 3 cities and rural areas. And then you had another set of startups like GoDigit and Echo, who took insurance to tier 3 and rural areas. So India does identity, credit, fast payment, stock market, credit, all within 30 seconds to 1 minute on the back of mobile. No other country does this. No other country does this, and that is why India leapfrogged, and during COVID period, we did 2.2 billion COVID vaccination without any paperwork. My daughter, who was living in San Francisco, was only doing paperwork. I haven't used my credit card for over 4 years now. I've never been to an ATM machine. The only time I used it when I went to visit her to hire a Uber vehicle. So in many of these areas, India has really pole vaulted digitally. And as the Bank of International Settlements said, India achieved in 7 years what it would have taken India 50 years to achieve. 7 years what it would have taken India 50 years to achieve. And we started, the cost of acquisition of a customer had fallen from what the World Bank says, from $30 to 15 cents. From $30 to 15 cents, the cost of acquisition of a customer had fallen, and India became a more productive country in many, many ways. The third thing that has happened in India is that we built up huge infrastructure in the last decade. We've built up over 40 million houses, which is more than the population of Australia. We should try and understand and comprehend this. We do not understand this, we've actually built a complete Australia within India. We've provided toilets to over 130 million citizens of India, which is more than the population of Germany. And we've provided piped water connection to 253 million Indians, which is more than the population of Brazil. But more important, we provided 120 million women of India cooking gas connection, LPG. They used to spoil their life by burning on firewood. So we've transformed the lives of women in rural India by giving LPG connection. And therefore, what you see is the size and scale of India, of what India has done in infrastructure. We built over 88,000 kilometers of roads, and we've moved our capex spend from less than 1% to close to 4% of our GDP. So infrastructure story is the third one, and I would say the fourth one is really that India has done it in a sustainable manner. So India has gone green. We built up 256 gigawatt of renewable energy at very low price points. Our aim is to become a champion of green hydrogen. Today we import 180 billion worth of fossil fuel. Our aim is that by the time we become 100, we should be the biggest exporter of green hydrogen at $1 per kilogram and export it to the rest of the world in its liquid form, ammonia. And therefore, the ambition of India is that it should grow and develop in a sustainable manner, because 50% of India is still to be built. 50% of India is still to be built. Arnab Goswami will be creating many more studios like this across India in the days to come. Because if 500 million Indians have to move to urban areas, means India will be creating 2 Americas, India will be creating 1 Chicago every 5 years. That's the way the people will move. But we have to do it in a manner that we do it sustainably, with cycling, walking, with public transportation, with better quality of air, and improve the livelihood of citizens in India. So, ladies and gentlemen, our ability to do it in a sustainable manner is also dependent on our population, because when Bill Gates says that when you move from fossil fuel to clean energy, you pay 35% extra. But India has demonstrated that using its size and scale, when we bought 500 million LED bulbs, we were able to bring down the price of LED bulb to 15% of their original price. When we did the first tender for electric buses, 7,000 buses, we brought it on par with fossil fuel buses. The next tender of 10,000 buses will bring it 15% lower than fossil fuel buses. And the Prime Minister's vision is that the third tender should be 30,000 buses and the fourth tender for 100,000 buses. So when you do 100,000 buses, you'll make India the center for global manufacturing for electric vehicles. So we are really pushing for Make in India and cutting edge technology. We are pushing it in a sustainable manner. And the fifth is that we are pushing for cutting edge technology through the artificial intelligence mission, because data exists in India. Today, what is happening is that Indian data is being used by ChatGPT, by Gemini, and they are taking your data free of cost. They are developing products and they'll sell it, the same data to you at very high prices tomorrow. They will sell you the end product at high prices. Never allow that. Build your own product. And therefore the government has pushed for India to build its own sovereign models, sovereign large language models. If you don't build it, you will lose your history, your civilization. That will be new colonization in a stealth form. And therefore, when we talk about globalization, you must understand that you can't afford to lose your history, your culture, your civilization. You have to use your data to build your large language models, and that is why India government has supported 10 young startups. We are providing computing power at almost 40% the price to our researchers and startups. We have opened up government data bank through AI Kosh to them. And our objective is that once these large language models are built, you build applications on top of them, and you Indians then use their data on these large language models. We've also launched the AI quantum computing mission. We've launched the semiconductor mission, by which, because tomorrow's world will be fought by chips, all studios, all electric vehicles, all drones, all planes, all wars will be fought on chips. And therefore the country for the first time has pushed for the manufacturing of 10 large companies to do chip manufacturing in India. India was a center for design manufacturing, but now we'll be doing large-scale chip manufacturing in India. So ladies and gentlemen, using technology to leapfrog will be very, very critical in the days to come. And how we pole vault using technology across quantum, across AI, across green hydrogen, all this will be critical for India. But as I said, we are confronted by challenges in the breakdown of supply chains and the breakdown of political stability. Those are international challenges. We also have domestic challenges. We've largely grown on the back of services. We need to give a major push to manufacturing, because that will create jobs. We need to urbanize in a very sustainable manner. We need to ensure that the eastern part of India, which is the most populous part of India, grows rapidly. We also need to ensure that we transform the physical quality of life index and the human development index. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, for all this, to my mind, Atmanirbharta is critical. And Atmanirbharta is not about protectionism. It's about becoming the most competitive nation in the world, using the size and scale of your population to become the most competitive nation in the world. All these countries, you look at the history of the United States in the 19th century, you look at the history of Japan, you look at the history of China, all these countries actually practiced hardcore protectionism when they were growing and expanding. They talk about free trade now, but they were all protectionists when they were growing and expanding. Today, In today's world, when they've grown and become highly developed, they're talking about free world. But they were all protectionists. Even today, it's impossible for India to export to China. We are a major importer of goods from China, but it's impossible to export. All non-tariff barriers. You try putting up an industry in Japan, it's impossible. You look at America, what it is doing with tariffs on India. All these countries are following all hypocrisy and double standards across the world. All hypocrisy. They're all basically, we have to be nationalist. We have to pursue growth with one single-minded vision, one single-minded clarity with one single-minded goal, and that is making India a $30+ trillion economy. And this requires us, to my mind, have the clarity that this is going to be India's decade, but this is also going to be India's century. And if this is going to be India's century, and I'm a great optimist that this is going to be India's century because of young demographics. 90% of the people sitting in this room are young. India is the only country where the average age of population is 29, even when we become 100, the average age will be 35. United States is aging, Europe is aging, China is aging, Japan is aged, but India will still be young. And rarely has a country not created wealth when it is young. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, there's no country in the world which is making 30 kilometers of roads and 12 kilometers of railway line every day when it is growing. There's no country in the world which is making 9 metros every day. And there's no country in the world which has expanded its solar energy 31x in the last 7 years. And there's no country in the world which does 50% of the fast payments by mobile. So ladies and gentlemen, my belief is that this is going to be India's decade and India's century, but we have to be very clear that we have to use our size and scale and our young population to drive India's growth and become a leader. And that will require Atmanirbharta in a very big way. And Atmanirbharta, to my mind, is not about protectionism. It's about making India the most competitive economy. This will require us to break down rules, regulation, procedures, the socialist mindset, which we've built over the years. We'll have to allow free enterprise to grow. We'll have to have a clear vision that India will have to grow on the back of free enterprise with government acting as a facilitator and catalyst, and we'll have to become a leading exporter because without exports, India will not be able to grow, and we'll have to ensure that India's physical quality of life index improves across the world. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare moment in history. Rarely does a country get a moment when you have political stability over a long period of time. Rarely does a country get a moment when it has young population. Rarely does a country get a government which is very in favor of breaking rules and regulation. Rarely does a country get a moment when the country wants reforms to grow and progress. All these factors are combining. All these factors are converging, they are integrating together for making India Atmanirbhar, but more than that, they are pushing India towards a Viksit Bharat of 2047. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested. They would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today, we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir to uncover how this white-collar network expanded under the guise of
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Amid Karnataka power tussle, DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah hold press briefing after key breakfast meeting. Siddaramaiah says there is no difference between them. DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah says that they will abide by High Command's decision and reiterated that Congress will return to power in 2028. Republic gets inside scoop on Karnataka power tussle. Sources told Republic that DK Shivakumar is unwilling to compromise. Airbus grounds 6,000 flights worldwide for urgent software update after JetBlue pitch down scare. Imran Khan's sister issues sharp warnings over his isolation, denied access and rising tensions, saying any harm to him could push Pakistan into chaos. Russian President Putin to be on a state visit to India for annual summit on December 4th and 5th to hold bilaterals with Prime Minister Modi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this edition with a breaking news that is coming in. This one is from Maharashtra, where AIMIM MLA from Hyderabad, Majid Hussain, issued an open threat at a rally in Maharashtra's Washim. AIMIM MLA from Nampally, Hyderabad, Majid Hussain, who had come to address a rally at the Bhagwanpura on Friday evening for Washim Municipal Council elections, openly threatened the gathering, saying, and I quote, "If the matter comes to us, the streets will fall short." The MLA's provocative remarks have since gone viral on social media platforms. The AIMIM MLA Majid Hussain has sparked controversy with this threatening speech at a rally in Maharashtra's Washim right ahead of the local elections. In fact, Hussain has also warned that, and I quote, "When the matter comes to us, every street will fall short." He has, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, alleged that Sharia law has been interfered with, after which has prompted strong reactions.
जब हमार पे आएगी ना, इंशाल्लाह गली गली कम पड़ेगी इंशाल्लाह। है मेरे बुजुर्गों, है मेरे नौजवानों, मजलिस इत्तेहाद मुस्लिमीन है, बच्चों का खेल। जब हमार पे आएगी ना, इंशाल्लाह गली गली कम पड़ेगी इंशाल्लाह। है मेरे बुजुर्गों, है मेरे नौजवानों।
All right, joining me live on this bulletin is my colleague Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash, महाराष्ट्र में ये जो लोकल इलेक्शंस होने वाला है, इस बीच में इन नेता का ये स्पीच बहुत तेजी से वायरल हुआ है. He has in fact, इन्होंने एक बहुत ही थ्रेटनिंग स्पीच भी उन्होंने बोला है, जिसमें उन्होंने एकदम साफ तरीके से बोला है कि अगर हमारे हिसाब से काम नहीं हुआ तो द स्ट्रीट्स विल फॉल शॉर्ट. किस वजह से उन्होंने ये स्टेटमेंट बनाया और इसके ऊपर क्या रिएक्शंस आ रहे हैं? सत्य प्रकाश.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन चल रहे हैं. उसी प्रचार के दौरान एमआईएम के जो विधायक हैं वाशिम जिले में प्रचार करते दौरान कहा कि अगर हमारे शरिया को छेड़छाड़ किया गया या हमारे ऊपर ज्यादा अत्याचार हुआ तो कहीं न कहीं गली नहीं बचेगी, गली गली नहीं बचेगी. आम तौर से जिस तरह धमकाने की कोशिश किया गया है अपने स्पीच के दौरान, उन्होंने धमकाने की कोशिश किया गया है. और इस बयान आने के बाद कहीं के जो महाराष्ट्र बीजेपी की तरफ से डिमांड किया जा रहा है कि जो एमआईएम के विधायक हैं हुसैन खिलाफ मामला दर्ज किया जाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में भाईचारा का माहौल चल रहा है और जिस तरह से लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन के प्रचार के दौरान एमआईएम के विधायक हुसैन ने बयान दिया है, उनके खिलाफ मामला दर्ज करके कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाए. क्योंकि जिस तरह से उन्होंने कल शाम को ये बयान दिया, उसके बाद वाशिम इलाके में लगातार बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता डिमांड कर रहे हैं पुलिस स्टेशन में वाशिम में जाके कि इनके खिलाफ मामला दर्ज करा जाए, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो लोगों को भड़काने की कोशिश किया है, देशद्रोह का मामला दर्ज किया जाए. इसी मामले को लेकर लगातार बीजेपी की डिमांड बढ़ती जा रही है. जी
सत्य प्रकाश, ये पहली बार नहीं है जब इन नेता ने इस तरीके की इस तरीके का स्पीच बोला है. इसके पहले भी इनको बुक किया गया था जब इन्होंने पुलिस वालों के साथ बदसलूकी की. इस पे इनके ऊपर एक केस भी दर्ज हुआ था.
देखिए, जिस तरह से माजिद हुसैन ने बयान दिया है, विधायक है एमआईएम के, और जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन के चल रहे हैं, प्रचार चल रहे हैं, और उस समय जिस तरह से भड़काने की कोशिश किया है, जिस तरह से उन्होंने साफ तौर से कह रहे हैं कि हमारे शरिया के ऊपर अगर छेड़छाड़ किया गया और हमारे ऊपर अगर इस तरह से करते गए तो महाराष्ट्र के कोई भी गली गली में नहीं बचे. कहीं कहीं धमकाने का कोशिश किया गया है अपने बयान के जरिए, और जिसके बाद कहीं कहीं माहौल खराब करने की कोशिश किया गया। इसके बाद कहें कि जो महाराष्ट्र के बीजेपी के नेता लगातार डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि इनके खिलाफ मामला दर्ज किया जाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में माहौल चल रहा है, कहीं न कहीं भड़काने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है इनके द्वारा, और ये इनको किसी भी हाल में बख्शा न जाए, क्योंकि ये महाराष्ट्र की जो भूमि है, शिवाजी महाराज की भूमि है, और ऐसे भड़काने वालों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। अगर ये बातें करनी है तो जाके हैदराबाद में करें, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में इस तरह से बातें करने वालों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
जी सत्य प्रकाश, शुक्रिया हमें ये जानकारी देने के लिए। इनफैक्ट लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बीजेपी हैज आल्सो हिट आउट एट द AIM Hyderabad MLA Majid Hussain for his threatening remarks. Listen to what they had to say.
ओवैसी की पार्टी MIM के विधायक माजिद हुसैन ने महाराष्ट्र की वाशिम की भूमि पर आकर के ये ललकारा है कि गलियां कम पड़ जाएगी। माजिद हुसैन इस तरीके की धमकाने की भाषा, नौजवानों को बरगलाने की भाषा, सही मायने में गलियां कम पड़ती ही होगी, ये भाषा आवारा सुअर जो गली में घूमते हैं उन्हीं जैसी है। महाराष्ट्र में आकर के छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की भूमि में आकर के तुम ललकारते हो गलियां कम पड़ जाएगी और धमकाते हो कि शरिया को हाथ लगा के दिखाओ। माजिद हुसैन, ये देश संविधान पर चलता है, ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की भूमि है। यहां पर इस तरीके की धमकाने की भाषा करोगे तो पुलिस आपको कानून और संविधान का अच्छी तरीके से पाठ पढ़ाएगी। भूलना मत, यह भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है।
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our focus to some other stories that we are tracking from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. Nearly 300 Indian passengers, including 150 Tamilians, have been stranded at the Colombo airport after 3 days after the cyclone Ditwa disrupted flights to Chennai. Many allege inadequate access to food and water and basic facilities as well. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin has in fact directed officials to coordinate with the Indian embassy to ensure their safe return. India has also sent nearly 12 tons of relief material to the cyclone-hit Sri Lanka. Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar reiterate unity within the Congress after a breakfast meeting in Bengaluru. Both the leaders said that they would fully follow the party's high command decision on the leadership, dismissing any confusion as media misinterpretation. On the meeting of Siddaramaiah's Kaveri residence was described as productive, focusing on state priorities and the road ahead. The Indian Air Force carried 21 tons of relief material along with over 80 NDRF personnel and 8 tons of equipment to Colombo. Essential rations and critical supplies have also been delivered to support affected communities in the cyclone Ditwa affected areas. In the wake of the cyclone, India has in fact launched Operation Sagar Bandhu to bolster relief efforts in Sri Lanka. Under the operation, the Indian Air Force deployed one C-130 and one IL-76 from the Hindon Air Base last night. Air India has started fast-tracking software and hardware updates on its Airbus A320 fleet after a global safety alert from the Airbus and EASA about a potential solar radiation risk affecting flight control data. Over 40% of impacted aircraft have already been reset. The airline said that there are no cancellations, though minor delays or rescheduling may occur. Ground teams are assisting passengers who are advised to check updated flight information. Pakistan is on the boil, ladies and gentlemen, as the anger and chaos peak over the suspense on Imran Khan's health condition in the jail. Former Pakistan PM sister Nouri Niazi has spoken exclusively to Republic over her brother's health condition and her further plan of action. Listen to what she had to say.
Joining us on this broadcast is Nouri Niazi, that is the 71-year-old sister of Imran Khan. Ms. Niazi, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. I want to straight away begin by asking you, what is the condition of Imran Khan? The world today is asking, is the former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan alive?
Yes, we don't know the latest status of him, because we have been disconnected with him from last 3 to 4 weeks. And now these rumors are being taken out to make people more anxious about it. I think he is, I believe he's all right, because the jail authorities claim that they've told the people outside that he's all right. But he should be all right. Nobody should even touch him. But what is the issue of not letting anyone in to see him, to meet him? That's a concern we have.
Ms. Niazi, there were reports and some videos that were doing the rounds. And in this video, it was concerning to see that the former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan was being assaulted. Is there any truth to these videos that have been doing the round? Has Imran Khan in the past, while inside the jail, been brutally assaulted by the authorities there, and perhaps under the order coming in from the Pakistani army?
I don't know. I haven't seen those videos, but I don't think they can do that. And till we met Imran Khan, he never told us that there's any assault, and I don't think they can even touch him. It's not easy to assault Imran Khan. And I don't think even the people inside the jail will do it, because they all, except from the authorities, the other staff inside, the people who are taking care of him, they all respect him, and he is very well respected by the people who are with him, who are with the staff who is taking care of him. But they just they want to tell that he has been assaulted, nobody can touch him, he will never be assaulted. If he is assaulted inside, people outside will not be safe, because then they will be assaulted.
Since you've about his condition, I want to ask you, why then will the Shehbaz Sharif government, or more importantly, it is almost like Field Marshal Asim Munir's government, really prevent the family members of a former Pakistani Prime Minister, and more importantly, the single largest party of Pakistan? He is the founder of the single largest party of Pakistan. Why exactly will the government and the army prevent you all from meeting? What is the larger conspiracy here?
I think they don't want his voice to come out. They don't want, because when we go and meet him, he gives a message for outside, and they can't take that message even, because they are scared to listen to his name. They have stopped all channels in Pakistan. Imran Khan's name can't be taken on any TV channel, government channels. And they have never they've never taken him out of jail to any court. They don't want people to see him, and they know how much people love him. Once he's out to a court, all roads will be filled with people wanting to see him. And they can't, and then they are now scared of his message coming out, because people want his message, want to obey his message, they want to listen to what he's saying, and they have stopped anyone meeting him, because any message coming out, they can't take that.
Ms. Niazi, when I spoke to your sister Alima Khan, she categorically pointed out that Imran Khan has sent out very strong messages in the previous appearances that he has made. And he has been very vocal about the fact that Pakistan today is being literally sold by Field Marshal Asim Munir. Is that the reason why? Because your brother has been completely against Field Marshal Asim Munir, and the fact that today he's literally going to United States of America and selling off US to Pakistan to the United States of America, something that your brother was extremely against.
Yes. Because he's very vocal about, because he's worried for Pakistan. Imran Khan is looking at Pakistan's state, that if you are going to sell everything in Pakistan to the governments outside, so how will Pakistan sustain? So Imran Khan is looking at Pakistan, its state, for its people, and he will give a message. And that is the reason, because they are doing so many other things these days, and he was supposed to get extension. They are planning other things outside. So they didn't want Imran Khan to send any message out. But everyone knows what all Imran Khan thinks, because Imran Khan is not. This movement is not for him being a prime minister. He wants Pakistan to stabilize and for the betterment of his people in Pakistan. Imran Khan, for him, prime ministership is nothing. He wanted to change the status quo. He wanted to change the people's state. He wanted the people to come up and take their right. So they don't want him to, his message come out.
Ms. Niazi, since your and your entire family's voice is now being muzzled by the Pakistani media and particularly the Pakistani army and the ISI, what is it that you would like the world to know? Because it seems that Shehbaz Sharif, as well as the Pakistani army, hasn't really told the world that, look here, Imran Khan is behind the bars, and the fact that all human rights have been actually violated here. What is it that, as his sister, as the sister of the former Pakistani Prime Minister, that you would want the world to know?
The world knows everything what is going on in Pakistan, and the people who have, they are behind them, and they are supporting the government in Pakistan, who is violating all human rights, who are doing, the Commonwealth report came out with that all the election was rigged. It was the Imran Khan seats were taken and given to Nawaz Sharif's party, but nobody really raised voice over it. So I don't think the world knows everything what is going on in Pakistan.
Whom do you squarely blame? Is it Field Marshal Asim Munir or Shehbaz Sharif? Who exactly is responsible for the current condition of Imran Khan?
Both are responsible. They are together. Shehbaz Sharif government is because of Asim Munir, so they are together. They will support each other to be in their positions.
Ms. Niazi, are you afraid being in Pakistan right now? Because I believe when you were outside Adiala jail, you were dragged, you were beaten, and the situation seems to have really gone out of control. You and your family members, do you all feel safe currently in Pakistan?
We are not safe, but we will never leave Pakistan. We will stay here. We will fight for Pakistan, for Pakistan and for the people of Pakistan. We are not afraid. I'm not afraid. They could beat me, and they can even kill me. I think they can kill me, or they can kill anyone, because they've killed so many people.
You're telling the international media today that you could be killed?
They can kill, because they've killed so many people. And why did they drag me on the road? For the first time in my life, I became unconscious. I've never been in this state earlier. So they can do anything, and there's nobody to ask them why did they do it. We can't go to any police station to write up a complaint, because nobody will take our complaint. They're all in one at it. They've been given authority, beat anyone, take them to jail, kill anyone. Nobody will be accounted for. And I'm not afraid. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid at all. My son is in jail. He's for 10 years. He's got 10 years sentence. He's in military custody. He's under military court. And in military court in Pakistan, and it's nowhere in the world, they have no right of appeal or right of bail. And they have given him 10 years jail. And it's not only him. There are other 80, 60, 70, 80 people. They've put them in jail. They don't have right of appeal or bail. So you can, and I came to know some time back that it was only in Uganda this kind of jail where there was no right of bail or appeal, And Uganda also finished it. And now it's just Pakistan. So you can imagine what democracy Pakistan has. That they put the militaries, it takes you in custody, and then they give you sentence. Nobody knows sentence for what. They don't even tell you the sentence is for what reason. So inshallah, we will fight till we can. And when people stand, things change.
Ms. Niazi, if something untoward happens to you or any of your family members, whom will you hold responsible? Because you are speaking to an international media today, and perhaps if anything happens, someone would be held accountable. Hence, I'm putting this on record. Who will be responsible if anything, any untoward incident happens towards you or any of your family members?
The responsible are the people who are controlling the country now. They are the people. It's Shahbaz Sharif government. It's Asim Munir, because he's also in it. It's not that the military is not at it. As I said, my son is in military custody, and it's not easy to be in military custody. So they are the people, they are supposed to be responsible, I would say.
One final question before I let you go. Everyone would want to know what is the future course of action, because there is not much of a legal recourse that you or your family members would have at this point in time. So how do you really take forward this entire battle?
I can't give any idea on that. I can't comment on it, what will it be like. But the party and Imran Khan definitely will see him, and he will give a direction. And party and Imran Khan's direction will take it, I think, very soon. It is going to be a big demonstrations, because people are now, they've tried the legal thing. They've tried not to go on streets, but I think every Pakistani, every citizen who we meet, they say, please give us a call, ask Imran Khan to give call, ask the party to give call. We want to come on streets. And once, they come on streets, then it's not easy to manage. They've killed twice, they were on streets, but I don't know what will happen now, because people wanted this to end.
Ms. Niazi, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. We hope to speak to you once again after you get a chance to meet your brother. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very short break. On the other side, Republic gets inside scoop on Karnataka power tussle. Sources tell Republic that DK Shivakumar is unwilling to compromise. Airbus grounds 6,000 flights worldwide for urgent software update after JetBlue pitched down scare. We are tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल,
ये रंग दे,
ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is serious.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us this Saturday. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2:30 p.m. with me, Oyana Mitra. We're getting you the latest updates in Karnataka, where DK Shivakumar and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah have held a press briefing after their early morning breakfast meet. Today, they say all is well, there is no difference within the party. Republic Kannada has been tracking some exclusive developments on the power tussle for you. We'll get you that and a lot more, but first, the headlines. Amid Karnataka power tussle, DK Shivakumar, Siddaramaiah hold press briefing after key breakfast meetings. Siddaramaiah says there is no difference between the two. DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah say they will abide by High Command's decision and reiterated that the Congress will return to power in Karnataka in 2028. Republic gets the inside scoop on Karnataka power tussle. Sources say that DK Shivakumar is unwilling to compromise. Airbus grounds 6,000 flights worldwide for urgent software update after JetBlue pitch down scare. Imran Khan's sister Noreen Niazi issues sharp warnings over his isolation, denied access and rising tensions. Says any harm to him could push Pakistan to chaos. Russian President Vladimir Putin to be on state visit to India for annual summit on the 4th and 5th of December to hold crucial bilaterals with Prime Minister Modi. Right, viewers, we start with some breaking news coming in. This is in connection with the extradition of gangster Anmol Bishnoi. We're now learning that his NIA custody has been extended for another 7 days. The NIA judge personally went to the NIA headquarters for security reasons. Due to the perceived threat to Anmol Bishnoi, the judge held the hearing at the NIA headquarters. Anmol Bishnoi's custody has now been extended till the 5th of December. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in at the moment. Setback for the gangster. He was, viewers, let's tell you that he was brought back to India from the United States November 19th. Currently is in NIA custody. Let's go across to Jatin, my colleague, who joins us live with more details. Jatin, do tell us what happened in court and what is the investigation that the NIA has conducted so far related to Anmol Bishnoi's cases.
बिल्कुल देखिए 19 तारीख को अनमोल बिश्नोई को भारत लाया गया था, जिसके बाद कोर्ट पे पेश किया गया और 11 दिन की एनआईए कस्टडी में अनमोल बिश्नोई था। आज उसकी कस्टडी खत्म हो रही थी, जिसके बाद थ्रेट को देखते हुए एनआईए और जज ने ये फैसला लिया कि एनआईए कोर्ट के जो जज है वो एनआईए हेडक्वार्टर जाएंगे और वहां पर इस पूरे मामले में सुनवाई की जाएगी। दरअसल इस तरीके का थ्रेट परसेप्शन अनमोल बिश्नोई के ऊपर था कि उसके ऊपर हमला हो सकता है, कोर्ट में हमला हो सकता है और यही कारण है कि सिक्योरिटी कंसर्न को देखते हुए एनआईए हेडक्वार्टर में ही जज बैठे और वहां पर जो सुनवाई है वो की गई है और निष्कर्ष इसमें यह निकला कि 7 दिन की जो कस्टडी है वो अनमोल बिश्नोई की बढ़ा दी गई है, यानी कि आने वाले 7 दिन भी अब अनमोल बिश्नोई एनआईए हेडक्वार्टर में ही उससे लगातार पूछताछ की जाएगी। लेकिन इन 11 दिनों में क्या क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई इस बारे में भी जो एनआईए है उन्होंने जज को बताया। जो सोर्सेज से हमें जानकारी मिल रही है कि पंजाब में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग को किस तरीके से अनमोल बिश्नोई अमेरिका में बैठकर ऑपरेट कर रहा था, कुछ ऐसे नाम बताए हैं जिसको लेकर एनआईए मल्टीपल जगहों पर रेड्स भी कर रही है और कुछ लोगों से पूछताछ भी इस पूरे मामले में की गई। लेकिन अनमोल बिश्नोई कैसे विदेश में बैठकर पूरे भारत में खासतौर पर हरियाणा, पंजाब और दिल्ली एनसीआर के इलाकों में अपना एक बड़ा गैंग खड़े करने की कोशिश में था, उनके एसोसिएट को पकड़ने का काम एनआईए को करना है। और साथ ही सबसे बड़ी बात कि फंडिंग किस तरीके से हो रही थी। इसके अलावा अनमोल बिश्नोई पाकिस्तान बेस्ड कुछ हैंडलर्स के भी संपर्क में था, इस तरीके की भी जानकारी जो है वो मिल रही है और कैसे ये वेपन्स मुहैया कराता था। इन सभी लीड को अभी ग्राउंड पर वेरीफाई करना है। ये तमाम दलीलें एनआईए की तरफ से कोर्ट में बोली गई और उसी के बाद कोर्ट ने यह तय किया कि अनमोल बिश्नोई की 7 दिन की जो कस्टडी है वो और बढ़ा दी जाए और लगातार एनआईए ऑफिशियल्स अनमोल बिश्नोई से पूछताछ कर रहे हैं। शुरुआती फेज में 3 एंगल्स पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। एक कि कौन कौन से लोग भारत में बैठकर अनमोल बिश्नोई की मदद कर रहे थे, दूसरा लॉजिस्टिक इनको कौन प्रोवाइड करा रहा था और तीसरा किसके कहने पर जो किलिंग्स है लगातार अनमोल बिश्नोई कर रहा था। और इन किलिंग्स में बाबा सिद्दीकी केस का भी जिक्र साफ तौर पर किया गया। इसके अलावा सलमान खान के घर के बाहर जो फायरिंग हुई उस केस के बारे में भी डिस्कशन किया गया। लेकिन 3 एंगल, उन तीनों ही एंगल्स को एक तरीके से खंगालने की कोशिश है वो एनआईए ऑफिशियल करते नजर आ रहे हैं और आने वाले 7 दिनों में इसी तर्ज पर पूछताछ की जाएगी।
जी Jatin, you mentioned the issue of logistics. In fact, that is what I was coming to next. You know, one of the key points that was put forth by the NIA while by the Indian authorities, in fact, while they were seeking his extradition, is how extensive this Lawrence Bishnoi gang is. They operate across 13 states in India. I want to understand कि क्या अनमोल बिश्नोई को over the course of this investigation और जगह ले जाया जाएगा? क्या उनके जो बाकी साथी है, ऑपरेटिव्स है, क्या वो कहाँ पे है इस वक्त, उनको ट्रेस करने के लिए क्या इनकी मदद ली जाएगी? ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन कैसे प्रोसीड होगा यहाँ से?
बिल्कुल देखिए, अभी तक कोर्ट को ये जानकारी नहीं दी गई है, ना ही एनआईए ने बोला है कि इसको पंजाब लेकर जाना है, वेस्टर्न यूपी लेकर जाना है, हरियाणा के उन जगहों पर लेकर जाना है जहां पर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग अपना एक पैरेलल चेन खड़ा करने की कोशिश कर रहा था। क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट इतना है, अनमोल बिश्नोई जिन नामों को ले रहा है उन नामों को एनआईए की टीम लोकल पुलिस के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट कर जगह जगह पर रेड्स कर रही है। पिछले 3 दिनों में मल्टीपल जगहों पर एनआईए ने रेड की और अनमोल बिश्नोई के कहने पर इन रेड्स को कंडक्ट किया गया, जिसमें पंजाब और हरियाणा के कुछ जो इलाके थे वो शामिल थे। उस बारे में भी जो एनआईए ने कोर्ट को जानकारी दी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि जिन केसेस में अनमोल बिश्नोई का डायरेक्ट इन्वॉल्वमेंट था, चाहे वो बाबा सिद्दीकी केस को लेकर हो, इसके अलावा सलमान खान के घर के बाहर फायरिंग करने को लेकर हो, ये ऐसे हाई प्रोफाइल केस थे जिसमें डायरेक्ट जिम्मेदारी अनमोल बिश्नोई ने ली थी। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस दरअसल ये जानना चाह रही है कि बाबा सिद्दीकी की हत्या के पीछे कौन था, किसने डायरेक्शन दिया। इस सवाल का जवाब अनमोल बिश्नोई से लेना है। और जिस तरीके से मैंने आपको बताया कि कैसे अनमोल बिश्नोई को मददगार भारत में बैठे हुए लोग कर रहे थे, उनको पकड़ना सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है ताकि इस पूरे नेक्सस को तोड़ा जाए, इस पूरे नेक्सस का जो एक तरीके से पर्दाफाश है वो किया जाए। और इन्हीं 3 एंगल्स पर लगातार एनआईए इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है और अनमोल बिश्नोई से पूछताछ की जा रही है।
All right, Jatin, thank you for giving us those details. We keep a close watch on what happens for him next. Viewers, let's quickly move on to more news that we're tracking. This fresh breaking news that is coming in as far as the India Gate protest is concerned. We're now learning that the Delhi police has obtained incriminating videos showing the arrested protesters supporting those opposing the nation. One such video was found of students from BSCEM, that is the Bhagat Singh Student Unity Forum, who gathered in a conference room in Hyderabad in February, raising slogans and singing in support of RSU, which is a radical student union. Coincidentally, viewers, this organization was banned by the Indian government in 2005, and it is this banned organization that these people are singing in support of. Students seen in the video are Gurkirat and Ravjot. They also raised slogans in support of Madhvi Hidma during the India Gate protest, misbehaved with the Delhi police while performing their duties. The latest developments that we're picking up. Jatin, my colleague, continues to be with us live, tracking all these details very, very closely. Jatin, ये जो लड़के जिनको वीडियो में देखा गया है, क्या ये अभी पुलिस की हिरासत में है? क्या इनसे क्वेश्चनिंग की गई है? इनका क्या कनेक्शन है ये जो बैंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है इसके साथ?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, गुरकीरत और रवजोत ये दोनों ही वो लड़की हैं जो कि इंडिया गेट पर प्रोटेस्ट कर रही थी और नक्सलाइट को लेकर जो स्लोगन्स वहां पर रेज किए गए थे, हिडिंबा को लेकर, वो स्लोगन भी इन दोनों के जरिए ही रेज किया गया था। फिलहाल ये दोनों दिल्ली पुलिस के अरेस्ट किए गए थे और दिल्ली पुलिस की कस्टडी में ही हैं। इनके बैकग्राउंड को खंगाला गया तो दिल्ली पुलिस को ये वीडियो मिला है। 2005 में एक बैनर के चलते ये लोग नक्सलियों जो मारे गए थे उनके एक तरीके से उनको शहादत देने की इन लोगों की कोशिश थी और हैदराबाद के कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल में ये लगातार देश विरोधी बातें करते हुए भी नजर आ रहे हैं। इस वीडियो को जब आप सुनेंगे तो आप समझ पाएंगे कि इनकी सोच किस तरीके से इन नक्सलियों को लेकर थी। वो लगातार भारत के खिलाफ बातें करते हुए आपको इस वीडियो में नजर आ रहे हैं। ना सिर्फ बातें कर रहे हैं बल्कि नक्सलियों को शहीद का दर्जा देने की बात इस वीडियो में की जा रही है। हालांकि कोर्ट में दिल्ली पुलिस ने ये तमाम वीडियोज जो है वो बतौर एविडेंस रखे हैं, क्योंकि कर्तव्य पथ पुलिस स्टेशन में जो FIR दर्ज की गई वो नक्सलवाद और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जिस तरीके से नक्सलवाद और आतंकवाद को प्रमोट करने की बात ये लोग कर रहे थे, उसी तर्ज पर FIR दर्ज की गई और उसी का ये सबसे बड़ा सबूत है कि जो लोग गिरफ्तार किए गए वो गुमराह करके नहीं आए थे, वो पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी के चलते इंडिया गेट पहुंचे थे और हिडिंबा को लेकर जो इनका प्रोटेस्ट था वो एक सोची समझी साजिश थी। और उसी बैकचेन को खंगालते हुए दिल्ली पुलिस इस तरीके के सबूतों को इकट्ठा कर रही है ताकि जो लोग गिरफ्तार किए गए, जो खुद को स्टूडेंट्स बता रहे हैं, एक्टिविस्ट बता रहे हैं, उनकी सोच किस तरीके से थी। और ये वीडियो अपने आप में एक बड़ा एस्टेब्लिशमेंट है दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए भी कि इस और इशारा करना है कि ये लोग कैसे देश विरोधी बातें आज से नहीं कर रहे, कई साल पहले से कर रहे हैं। रेडिकल स्टूडेंट यूनियन करके इन लोगों ने अपना पूरा जो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उसको शुरू किया, उसके जरिए वो नक्सलियों को शहादत देने की जो बात है वो करते हुए नजर आते हैं, भारत के खिलाफ बातें करते हुए नजर आते हैं। हैदराबाद के एक मंच में ये पूरा जो समारोह है वो किया जाता है। ना सिर्फ जो नक्सली मारे गए उनकी शहादत को एक गाने के जरिए जैसे कि लेफ्ट आइडियोलॉजी पेश की जाती है उस तर्ज पर ये लोग बोलते हुए भी नजर आ रहे थे। फिलहाल ये सभी सबूत अब फॉरेंसिक जांच के लिए भेजे जा रहे हैं, साथ ही फॉरेंसिक अप्रूवल मिलने के बाद कोर्ट में सबमिट किया जा रहा है ताकि इस पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी को एक तरीके से व्हाइट वॉश करने का काम अब दिल्ली पुलिस करती नजर आ रही है। जी,
Absolutely. In fact, Jatin, let's tell our viewers that the Delhi police had made a very strong case in court while arguing for the custody of these protesters that this was a pre-planned conspiracy, I beg your pardon, viewers, and they had come planned not, to protest against rising pollution levels in the national capital, but to essentially promote an anti-India narrative. Jatin, one more question before I let you go. I want to understand where the investigation stands at currently, and ऐसे कितने CCTV footages है जो अब तक दिल्ली पुलिस एग्जामिन कर चुकी है?
25 से ज़्यादा सीसीटीवी जो कैमरेज हैं वो पुलिस एग्जामिन कर चुकी है। बाकायदा एक पूरा सीक्वेंस दिल्ली पुलिस ने इस पूरे मामले में तैयार किया। गुरकीरत की ये फोटो वीडियो मैं आपको लगातार दिखा रहा हूँ। इसके अलावा एक अक्षय नाम का जो एक्टिविस्ट खुद को बता रहा है, स्टूडेंट भी है, वो भी प्रोटेस्ट करने पहुंचा था और उसी ने ही सबसे पहले दिल्ली पुलिस पर जो पेपर स्प्रे है उससे हमला किया, पुलिस पर्सनल के साथ मिस हैंडलिंग की। 25 से ज़्यादा सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं जिसमें ये सभी लोग रोड को ब्लॉक करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। उन कैमरों में ये भी बहुत क्लियर दिख रहा है कि पुलिस बार बार समझा रही थी कि आप इंडिया गेट के पर प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन का हवाला भी दिया जा रहा था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद ये लगातार भारत विरोधी नारे वहां पर लगाने लगे। हिडिंबा को शहादत देने के जो एक तरीके से स्लोगन है वो वहां पर रेस करने लगे, और यही कारण था कि 25 से ज्यादा सीसीटीवी कैमरों का पूरा सीक्वेंस है, जो कि खुद नई दिल्ली डीसीपी ने बाकायदा कोर्ट में आर्गुमेंट करते हुए उस सीक्वेंस को बताया भी, और बतौर एविडेंस वो तमाम सीसीटीवी कैमरे जो हैं वो कोर्ट में सबमिट किए भी हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि पूरी जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन दिल्ली पुलिस की चल रही है वो कॉन्स्पिरेसी के बेसिस पर चल रही है कि कैसे प्लानिंग की गई।
सही तरीके से देखा जाए तो कुछ शक्तियां ऐसी हैं जिनके आज बयान विभाजनकारी है। एक तरफ विभाजनकारी शक्तियां खड़ी है, दूसरी तरफ कुछ ऐसे समाचार है जो देश को जोड़ने वाले हैं। इन दोनों को यहां अपने अपने परिप्रेक्ष्य में रखना आवश्यक है। एक तरफ हमने देखा कि जमायत उलेमाए हिंद के प्रमुख मौलाना महमूद मदनी भोपाल में जब जमायत उलेमाए हिंद का गवर्निंग काउंसिल की मीटिंग हो रही थी उसमें उनके बयान को सुना है। अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं विस्तार से बताऊंगा। दूसरी ओर हमने देखा है किस प्रकार SIR को लेकर अखिलेश यादव जी ने अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मीटिंग की, और मीटिंग के पश्चात जिस प्रकार का बयान अखिलेश यादव जी ने दिया है वह न केवल भ्रामक है मगर वह भी विभाजनकारी है। और दूसरी तरफ आज हमने देखा है कि भारत का जो GDP ग्रोथ रेट Q2 का रिलीज हुआ है वह किस प्रकार एक ऐतिहासिक फिगर है 8.2% में। इन सभी विषयों पे आज हम चर्चा करेंगे इस प्रेस वार्ता में कि देश की विघटनकारी शक्तियां किस प्रकार देश की अच्छाइयों के ऊपर काला साया मंडराना चाहती है, काले बादल से उसे ढक देना चाहती है, मगर देश की जनता ऐसा होने नहीं देगी। सर्वप्रथम मैं आना चाहता हूं जमीयत उलेमाए हिंद के प्रमुख मौलाना महमूद मदनी जी, जिन्होंने आज भोपाल में एक बहुत बड़े बैठक में जिस प्रकार से भाषण दिया है वह न केवल भड़काऊ है अपितु देश को विभाजन की ओर लेने की उनकी कुचेष्टा है। उनका कहना कि जिहाद होना चाहिए, जब जब जुल्म होगा तब तब जिहाद होगा, मुझे लगता है यह बहुत ही अनुचित शब्द है, बहुत ही अनुचित वाक्य है। और जिहाद के नाम पर जिस प्रकार से लोगों ने भारतवर्ष में ही नहीं भारतवर्ष के बाहर भी आतंक फैलाया जिहाद के नाम पे, वह हमने देखा है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से यह कहना कि भारत में जिहाद होगा एक बहुत ही इर्रेस्पॉन्सिबल, गैर जिम्मेदारी से भरा हुआ एक वचन है। दूसरा जो मौलाना महमूद मदनी ने कहा वह था कि सरकार के दबाव में, भारत सरकार की दबाव में भारत की अदालतें काम करती है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट को भी सुप्रीम कहलाने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट हमारे केसेस को एडमिट कैसे करती है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट 3 तलाक पे सुनवाई कैसी करती है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट मंदिर मस्जिद वाले विषय पर सुनवाई कैसे करती है? इन विषयों पर बोलते हुए मदनी साहब ने कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट को भी सुप्रीम कहलाने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। मैं तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट से गुजारिश करूंगा, मैं भी एक साधारण नागरिक हूं, आप भी नागरिक हैं, कि यदि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर कोई साधारण नागरिक भी इस प्रकार की टिप्पणी करता है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट सुओ मोटो कॉग्निजेंस ले सकता है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट खुद इसकी सुनवाई कर सकता है, क्योंकि आगे चलकर अगर इतने बड़े नेता, एक कौम के इतने बड़े नेता इस प्रकार की बात कह के लोगों को बरगलाने की कोशिश करें, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के विरोध लोगों को भड़काए, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से इट डिमीन्स द स्टेचर ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट। आई फर्मली बिलीव दैट द सुप्रीम कोर्ट शुड टेक अ कॉग्निजेंस ऑफ व्हाट मिस्टर मदनी हैज सेड टुडे। इस देश में सुप्रीम कोर्ट हर उस केस की सुनवाई करती है जो जनता जनार्दन सुप्रीम कोर्ट के देवड़ी पर लेकर जाती है। इसमें कौन सा हिंदू का केस है, कौन से मुसलमान के केस है, इसके तरजीह पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट कभी भेदभाव नहीं करती है। तीसरा विषय, बड़े दुख के साथ मुझे कहना पड़ रहा है कि मौलाना मदनी जी ने भोपाल के अपने उस भाषण में यह भी कहा कि जो मुर्दा कौमें हैं वो झुक जाती है, वो सरेंडर कर देती है, और जो जिंदा कौम है वो आवाज उठाती है, वो आंदोलन करती है। और उदाहरण दिया वंदे मातरम का कि लोग वंदे मातरम बुलवाना चाहते हैं और मुर्दा कौमें झुक जाती है और जिंदा कौमें झुकती नहीं है। मैं मदनी साहब को याद दिलाना चाहूंगा और कहना चाहूंगा कि मदनी साहब, वंदे मातरम किसी धर्म का नहीं है। वंदे मातरम इस मिट्टी का सुगंध है, हिंदुस्तान का सुगंध है वंदे मातरम। हिंदुस्तान की वह बोली है, मां भारती की वह बोली है वंदे मातरम, जिस बोली को अपनाते हुए न जाने कितने असंख्य लोगों ने अपना बलिदान दिया ताकि आज हम स्वाधीनता के सांस को, स्वाधीनता के वातावरण में हम सांस ले सके, ताकि हम स्वतंत्र हो सके। और यह जो साल चल रहा है, ये वंदे मातरम का 150वां वर्षगांठ साल चल रहा है। अर्थात वंदे मातरम को बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय जी द्वारा लिखे हुए 150 वर्ष 1875 में लिखा गया था, उसे लयबद्ध 1876 में रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी ने किया था। 1950 में उसे नेशनल सॉन्ग के रूप में स्वीकार किया गया था। और आज जब हम वंदे मातरम को प्रतिष्ठित कर रहे हैं, उसका महिमा मंडन कर रहे हैं, आज हम जब उसे पूरे देश में गा रहे हैं, तो इसमें जिंदा कौम और मुर्दा कौम ला करके वंदे मातरम के खिलाफ भड़काना, यह मदनी साहब और उनके साथियों का विभाजनकारी नीतियों को ही दर्शाता है। मुझे तो बड़ा आश्चर्य लगा है कि मदनी साहब ने आज यह भी कहा है कि मुसलमानों के लिए जिहाद बहुत पवित्र है, और जब भी उनको लगता है कहीं जुल्म हो रहा है तो वो जिहाद करना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है इस प्रकार के शब्दों से, इन शब्दों के प्रयोग से कहीं न कहीं हिंदुस्तान की जो मूल भावना है, हिंदुस्तान का जो मूल मंत्र है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, उस पर कुठाराघात होता है। मदनी साहब को इस प्रकार के वचनों का प्रयोग नहीं करना चाहिए। हम घोर निंदा करते हैं इस प्रकार के उनके बयानों का। साथ ही आज अखिलेश यादव जी ने भी कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ा, भ्रामक वक्तव्यों को फैलाने की कोशिश की एसआईआर को लेकर। और अखिलेश यादव जी ने कहा एसआईआर होगा तो आरक्षण समाप्त हो जाएगा, नौकरी चली जाएंगी, महंगाई बढ़ जाएगी। मुझे तो लगता है एसआईआर के विषय में अखिलेश यादव जी को ट्रेनिंग लेनी चाहिए। एसआईआर क्या है, एसआईआर किस प्रकार होता है और एसआईआर क्यों होता है, स्पेशल रिवीजन क्या होता है, समरी रिवीजन क्या होती है, इन सब विषय में पहले अखिलेश यादव जी को राजनीति से पहले उस पर शिक्षा प्राप्त करनी चाहिए। कैसी नौकरी चली जाएगी? एसआईआर होने से किसी की नौकरी कैसे चली जाएगी? एसआईआर से आरक्षण छिन जाएगा? किस विषय को किस विषय से जोड़ रहे हैं? मुझे तो आश्चर्य लगता है इस बात से, और मुझे इसमें तनिक भी संदेह नहीं है, कोई संकोच नहीं है कहने में कि चाहे वो अखिलेश यादव जी हो, चाहे वो राहुल गांधी हो, चाहे वो ममता बनर्जी हो, ये सारे लोग चुनाव लड़ने से पहले ही हार मान जाते हैं। बिहार में आपने देखा किस प्रकार तेजस्वी जी और किस प्रकार राहुल गांधी जी।
Okay, that was BJP's Sambit Patra taking on the opposition Jamaat-e-Islami leader Maulana Madni over his provocative remarks. We'll get you the latest responses on that comment after a short break. Stay with us.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry, sir.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show.
I forgot, sir. India wants to know.
This is my show.
Yes, sir.
Stop waving to your fans. Be modest.
अभी बाद में बात करेंगे।
आप politician हो? आप politician हो? आप नहीं है क्या कर रहे हो?
अरे सर, humble है। आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the
first year when I went to Shark Tank, I was not an investor. I didn't know how investment happens, what do investors look at, because I was busy building boat.
Correct.
I was busy building my company.
Which is a good thing.
And suddenly, the Shark Tank came in and I was supposed to be on the chair.
Yeah.
So it was very easy for me making decisions. I didn't know Excel sheet, sir. Even today, I don't care about Excel sheet.
I love that. I just love it. I think many great ideas can end with an Excel sheet, but they won't begin with one.
Sir, Excel sheet तो मुझे आज भी सबको पता है कि मेरे को ना, there is a line which I always say.
Well done, Aman. Well done. I'm so proud of you.
I don't believe in data, sir. I believe in data. You know data?
Not data.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Tamisha with you this Saturday afternoon, viewers, and we'll closely track the story of around 6,000 Airbus aircraft being grounded after an emergency software fix. We'll tell you how the Indian flights have also been delayed, how all the airlines from India have been also affected. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Amid Karnataka power tussle, TK Shivakumar, Siddaramaiah holds press conference after key breakfast meet. Siddaramaiah says there are no differences between the two. Meanwhile, Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah said they will abide by High Command's decision and reiterate that Congress will return to power in 2028. Republic gets inside scoop on Karnataka power tussle. Sources tell Republic that DK Shivakumar is unwilling to compromise. Airbus grounds 6,000 flights worldwide for urgent software update after JetBlue pitched down scare. Imran Khan's sister, in an exclusive interview to Republic TV, issues warnings to Asim Munir and Shahbaz Sharif over his isolation, denied access to her brother, and the rising tensions. She says any harm to Imran Khan could push Pakistan into chaos. Russian President Vladimir Putin to be on state visit to India for annual summit on the 4th and the 5th of December to hold bilaterals with Prime Minister Modi. Now, Airbus has grounded 6,000 planes across the world. Airbus grounds half of global A320 fleet. Now, this has happened because of an emergency software fix. Intense solar radiations corrupting critical flight control systems, unprecedented recall by Airbus to ensure software is fixed. Massive disruption expected to in peak travel season. Viewers, remember this is the timing. Of course, internationally also with the festivities of Christmas coming in, the New Year's coming in, holiday season coming in. Over 1,000 older jets require hardware replacements. So this is, of course, almost half of the global A320 fleet that is being affected. This is the big breaking news we have right now. In fact, we are being joined by aviation expert on ground zero. All right, we have an expert joining us on the broadcast. For more. Captain S.R. Khalid is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Captain, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. So it's a massive disruption, especially around the festive seasons. Now, this is being called a software glitch, a software update that has not happened. We talk about software updates on phones and our computer systems, but when it comes to airlines, what does this really imply?
Okay, very good afternoon to all your viewers and to you too, Rakshita. It is an honor to be on this panel to educate people as to what has happened and what corrective actions are being taken worldwide. So the problem that came up was because JetBlue Airbus 320 aircraft lost height while cruising and lost height without pilot's input. So that was investigated because 15 people were injured, and so they found that the electronic flight computers, ELAC, that is elevator and aileron computers, there are two of them in Airbus 320. One of them malfunctioned. And the malfunction was towards the software glitch that their manufacturers are saying could happen because of solar radiation. And to the best of my knowledge, the software was upgraded in 2024, and it is called ELAC L104. And the upgraded one is the one that has got a problem. So the world over, the directive is to go back to the legacy software, that is L103, and that is stable and does not get impacted by the solar radiation. So the 195 aircraft of Airbus 320 of Indigo and about 40% plus fleet of Air India has got impacted because they had the new software. So many a times when your viewers or you would have seen that there is a phone upgrade software and the phone actually starts hanging thereafter. So the only way you can actually solve this is go back to the older software, and that's what is being done. Coming back to this, for your viewers, we were lucky that this glitch manifested at 35,000 feet. If it would have happened at a lower altitude, then it could be catastrophic. We are right now in Aviator 1903 Airbus 320 simulator. This is where I would like your viewers to have a look at the flight control system switches which are there on this aircraft. It is ELAC 1 is the one that controls the... okay, I will show it to you. Flight control. This is flight control system ELAC 1. This is the one that is working fine. And then there is another flight control system that is called ELAC 2. So this is the system that is not functioning okay. And if you see, if I was to even make it off, your pilot gets an indication that ELAC 2 is at fault. And this aircraft is designed in a way that it can take and fly without any problem on ELAC 1. That means we have redundancies and safety features built in. The problem that they have right now is that it is not that the ELAC system has failed, but it is giving uncommanded inputs. And that is very dangerous. That is what is being reset. So we are not going on a software upgrade. In a way, we are removing the upgrade of L104 and getting back to L103. The ELAC 2 system actually controls the aircraft pitching moment. So an uncommanded nose-down pitch, that is what JetBlue aircraft suffered. It lost 100 foot of height and it was almost out of pilot's control for 7 seconds. Now that is dangerous at low altitude, and they were lucky that it did not happen. A mishap like Ahmedabad thing, a problem that happened at low altitude, we all are aware that 3 to 4 seconds was all that aircraft needed to actually get out of that fatality. But they didn't have that. In this case, JetBlue was lucky, people were luckier that, the aircraft actually had height and they could recover. So this is, if you allow, then we can actually show it to your viewers that the aircraft in flight, how would it respond if there was an uncommanded motion. And we are on the at Hong Kong airport, and I can take the aircraft in air in just about 30 seconds and then try to show it to you as to how catastrophic it can be at a low altitude. Is that what you would want?
Yes, sir. Of course, we'd love to see that, sir.
All right. So let me immediately get into the flight mode of the aircraft and remove the fault. Here, usko pause ko hata dena. Okay. So the aircraft is on the runway and we are now going to take off. Your viewers must understand that these aircraft are fly-by-wire aircraft in which the pilot does not do anything other than control the switches. So right now, if you see the aircraft is rolling and we give the input to the controls via the side stick, and that only. Okay, so once we are airborne, I would like your viewers to see how quickly the aircraft actually deviates and has a problem. Okay, so show them outside. We are going to be rotating the aircraft. This is how the pilot leaves the runway and the aircraft flies on its own. Once it is, airborne, the pilot takes the landing gear up and thereafter engages the autopilot, and the autopilot flies the aircraft for all the full. Okay. So, at this height, if there was something to happen, it would be really catastrophic, especially in terms of. Aircraft at 2,000 feet, once we reach 2,000 feet, I will show it to you as to what difficulty the pilot would actually feel. Okay. So now, see, inherently the aircraft is a very safe machine and it flies on its own. There is not much of an input. Right now we are turning. I wish I have a better this. And we are now at 2,000 feet. Aircraft is flying quite nicely. And isko upar se karke. Okay. Okay. Just see this. Suddenly the aircraft makes a maneuver like this. Can you see this? The aircraft goes into this dive. And even if the pilot wants to make an input, the aircraft does not respond because the computers have started misbehaving. Now, this can be very catastrophic. Like right now, I was able to recover it because actually the computers are not malfunctioning. But if they were to malfunction, it would have been a very difficult task for any pilot to control and get out of it because these are fly-by-wire systems. Fly-by-wire systems typically do not have the ability of physically moving the control surfaces. So that is the demonstration that I wanted your viewers to see, that pilot is moving the control by the electric switch, and if the computers misbehave, it is a very difficult thing for the pilot to actually recover out of. Pause that.
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right, sir.
So This was an happening that we saw at 2,000 feet. If the same thing was to happen just after takeoff, you can understand. Since this problem that occurred is totally uncontrollable because it is due to a glitch which they do not know how it went in, all aircraft needs to be grounded. The software needs to be reset, then revalidated, and then flown. There would be delays, but your viewers must understand and appreciate that the authority like DGCA, Air India, Indigo, and everyone has kept safety paramount. And world over, all the aircraft are being retested and recertified for this operation.
Right, sir. Really appreciate you, Captain Ehsan Khalid, for so beautifully explaining this out there and giving us that simulation or live on Republic TV. So I'm sure that all of us understood quite a lot. Thank you so much, Captain Khalid, once again.
Yeah. So my idea is to bring aviation to education to the public,
right?
And that is why we are here at our simulation center at Mall of India, Noida, where a normal non-aviator can sit in the pilot seat and fly and get to see the whole experience. So let's have more educated people with right information about flying, and they can come and experience it. Thank you very much.
Right, sir. Thank you, Captain. Viewers, that was, of course, an explanation, of course, for what has happened with the Airbus. We will now shift our focus to the other story that we're closely tracking for you from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Nearly 300 Indian passengers, including 150 Tamilians, have been stranded at Colombo's Bandaranaike International Airport for 3 days after Cyclone Ditwa has disrupted flights to Chennai. Many allege inadequate access to food, water and basic facilities as well. Chief Minister Tamil Nadu Stalin has directed officials to coordinate with the Indian Embassy to ensure their safe return. India has also sent nearly 12 tons of relief material to cyclone-hit Sri Lanka via Indian Air Force. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister Shivakumar reiterated unity or attempted to display unity within the Congress after a breakfast meeting today in Bengaluru. Both leaders say they would fully follow the party high command's decisions on leadership, dismissing any confusion as media and misinterpretation. The meeting at Siddaramaiah's Kaveri residence was described as productive, focusing on state priorities. The Indian Air Force carried 21 tons of relief material along with over 80 NDRF personnel and 8 tons of equipment to Colombo. Essential rations and critical supplies have also been delivered to support affected communities in the Cyclone Ditwa affected areas. In the wake of Cyclone Ditwa, India has launched Operation Sagar Bandhu to bolster relief of efforts in Lanka. Under the operation, Air Force deployed one C-130 and one IL-76 from Hindon Air Base last night. Air India started fast-tracking software and hardware updates on its Airbus A320 fleet after a global safety alert from Airbus and EASA about a potential solar radiation risk affecting flight control data. Over 40% of impacted aircraft have already been reset. The airline said there are no cancellations, although minor delays or rescheduling may occur. Ground teams are assisting passengers who are advised to check updated flight information before boarding or before taking the flight. Now, the Al-Falah University continues to be at the center of the probe by agencies into the 10/11 Delhi attack case. Several developments and revelations continue to surface in connection with the terror doctor module and also the university's founder. Watch this detailed report.
In a startling discovery, NIA officials have recovered 18 lakh rupees in cash from the wardrobe of the suspected terrorist Dr. Shaheen. The money was concealed in a simple polythene bag inside room number 22 that belonged to Shaheen. On September 25th, Shaheen purchased a Brezza car using cash. The National Investigation Agency is now trying to determine the source of large sum. During the raid, the NIA also searched Shaheen's locker in the admin block of Al-Falah University campus. Meanwhile, the founder, Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, is also under huge scrutiny and is believed to have routed funds through a UK-registered company linked to his son, who holds a UK citizenship. The ED has opened a parallel probe into the investment of those funds, suspecting they were obtained by misleading people and laundering money through son's overseas firm. In a separate development, the Delhi blast case continues to expand. The NIA has recorded statements from 30 doctors at Al-Falah Medical College. Those questioned have described the terror doctor Omar as rude and selective about who entered his room. Investigators recovered 4 videos from Omar's phone. One shows him justifying jihad and human bombs. The other 3 are similar short clips lasting 3 to 5 minutes each. The phone is being analyzed to track down his accomplices. On the other hand, the Delhi police have issued a notice to private hospitals seeking information on doctors who graduated from Pakistan, Bangladesh, the UAE or China are now practicing in the capital. The multiple investigations into the cash stash, alleged fund routing through a university and the Delhi blast case highlight the web of financial and terror links that are now under investigation.
Now, shifting focus, viewers, to Maharashtra, where AIMIM MLA from Hyderabad, Majid Hussain, has issued open threats at a rally in Maharashtra's Washim. Now, MLA from Nampally of Hyderabad, Majid Hussain, who had come to address a rally at Bhagwanpura evening for the Washim Municipal Council elections, openly threatened the gathering, saying if the matters come to us, the streets will fall short. The MLA's provocative remarks have gone viral on social media platforms. Listen in.
जब हमारे पे आएगी ना इंशाल्लाह गली गली कम पड़ेगी इंशाल्लाह। मेरे बुजुर्गों है मेरे नौजवानों मल्ली से इत्तेहाद मुस्लिमीन है बच्चों का खेल जब हमारे पे आएगी ना इंशाल्लाह गली गली कम पड़ेगी इंशाल्लाह। मेरे बुजुर्गों है मेरे नौजवानों।
Meanwhile, the BJP has hit out at AIMIM Hyderabad MLA Majid Hussain for threatening remarks. Listen in.
महाराष्ट्र के वाशिम में AIMIM विधायक माजिद हुसैन का एक बहुत ही शर्मनाक बयान हम सभी के संज्ञान में आया है। मजहब को सुरक्षा कवच बनाकर शरीयत का बहाना लेकर AIMIM के लोग हमेशा से राजनीति करते आए हैं। इस तरह की गंदी राजनीति आपके हैदराबाद में तो चल सकती है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल नहीं चलेगी, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र की एकता, अखंडता, भाईचारा हमेशा से पूरे विश्व में जाना पहचाना जाता है। हमारी एकता, अखंडता, भाईचारा को यदि आप तोड़ने का प्रयास करेंगे तो इसका अंजाम बहुत ही बुरा होगा। आप अपने आकाओं के नक्शे कदम पर चलते हुए हैदराबाद में जो चाहे वो करें, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में इस तरह की बात आप करेंगे तो आपको जवाब मिलेगा और महाराष्ट्र की जनता इस तरह के बयानों को बिल्कुल बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी। आप हमेशा से दो समुदाय के बीच में आप फूट डालने का प्रयास करते हैं। जिस अल्पसंख्यक को यहाँ का बहुसंख्यक संरक्षित करता है, उनको आप मारने काटने की बात करते हैं, उनसे आप लोहा लेने की बात करते हैं। ये बहुत ही निंदनीय है और इस तरह के बयान की हम कड़े शब्दों में निंदा करते हैं।
ओवैसी की पार्टी एमआईएम के विधायक माजिद हुसैन ने महाराष्ट्र की वाशिम की भूमि पर आकर के ये ललकारा है कि गलियां कम पड़ जाएगी। माजिद हुसैन इस तरीके की धमकाने की भाषा, नौजवानों को बरगलाने की भाषा, सही मायने में गलियां कम पड़ती ही होगी, ये भाषा जो गली में घूमते हैं उन्हीं जैसी है। महाराष्ट्र में आकर के छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की भूमि में आकर के तुम ललकारते हो गलियां कम पड़ जाएगी और धमकाते हो कि शरिया को हाथ लगा के दिखाओ। माजिद हुसैन, ये देश संविधान पर चलता है, ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की भूमि है। यहां पर इस तरीके की धमकाने की भाषा करोगे तो पुलिस आपको कानून और संविधान का अच्छी तरीके से पाठ पढ़ाएगी। भूलना मत, यह भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन है।
All right, viewers. Now, a young man in Ahmedabad took his own life in a tragic incident at Al Noor Hospital of Sarkhesh, setting himself on fire after a fight with a woman he was in relationship with. Man poured petrol on himself and ignited it with a lighter, causing chaos, vandalizing the hospital premises also. He died during the treatment.
A chaotic scene unfolded in front of Al Noor Hospital in Ahmedabad. A young man engulfed in flames, people around him shouting in panic and rushing to his aid. Some scramble for water, others use jackets and blankets to smother the fire. The flames are gone, but the agony lingers. His clothes charred, skin scorched and raw, he walks aimlessly through the streets. Walking in a slow pace as if detached from his own body. No scream, no cry, just an unnerving silence. The man was immediately rushed to the hospital but succumbed to his injuries during the treatment. These horrific visuals are from Al Noor Hospital, where a fight between two lovers turned fatal. The man, whose identity is yet unknown, committed suicide by pouring petrol on himself after having a fight with his lover. The man also vandalized the hospital premises before the tragic act. The police have launched an investigation into the incident, confirming the man and the woman were known to each other. The motive behind the extreme step is still under probe.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests.
I did my MBA, went around, and I joined JBL, sir. There's a story also when I told my boss, sir, मेरे पैसे बढ़ा दो, उन्होंने बढ़ाई नहीं, तो मैंने बोला market में मिलते हैं, sir.
Market में मिलते हैं. They were very aggressive, very aggressive. चलिए market.
Passionate, sir, passionate.
Yeah. By the way, Aman, I also left Times Now. I started Times Now on my own.
Yeah.
And I left in 2016. I launched the product in 2017.
Yes.
But I did not use this line. मुझे भी यूज करना चाहिए था. Market में मिलते हैं आपको. You have to say it in a particular
tone.
Yeah,
it has to be said in like a
swag. With swag.
Yeah. Market में मिलते हैं. हाँ? ऐसे बढ़ाओ.
ऐसे बढ़ाओ मगर market में.
नहीं तो.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी
every day.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
So our next distinguished speaker brings academic rigor and intellectual depth to India's policy landscape.
Dr. Shamika Ravi, economist and member Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, has spent years studying the interplay between growth, inclusion, and governance. Her research has shaped India's approach to economic resilience, social development, and equitable opportunity.
Well, I'm sure we will be getting a lot of insights today from Ms. Shamika Ravi. I request her to please share her thoughts on Stable by Design, Bharat's policy path.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. Well, first of all, I repeat the compliments in terms of this is my first visit to the campus, and it's very modern, and as it should be. In fact, in many ways, watching Republic is pretty much like watching the pathway to Viksit Bharat 2047. Very much, the experiences that this group is going to witness over the next few decades is completely aligned with what we are aspiring for the nation as a whole. So my compliments to the Republic team, and thank you for this opportunity. Well, let me first start by, I had the great privilege to listen to Amitabh's opening lecture. I will build on that. Of course, 2014, if you look at any kind of data, there have been structural breaks from 2014. So I think first it's important to recognize that we are on a pathway to 2047, but 2014 has marked a shift. That shift is not just in terms of looking at structural breaks in one or two indicators, which is why as an economist, I term it as an epoch. And I'm going to show and talk to you about why 2014 onwards, the pathway, in terms of not just growth, real growth, but in terms of the outcomes that growth is meant to achieve, has happened across India. First of all, before 2014, if you visited Delhi, you would often hear the phrase, India has missed the manufacturing bus. It is a very common phrase that people would repeat. And for those of us who were watching and working on India's development, it would often strike as being very odd that how can a country of 1.4 billion want to make a transition and become a model of development by going from agriculture to services, by completely overlooking what is the bedrock of livelihoods and job creation. But such was the nature of policy making. And the reason I'm telling you this part of the story is, what does policy making then entail? It's not just about smart policies. You also have to socialize these, because a very large segment of people advising as experts are also myopic and tend to have a very narrow vision of this massive dynamic economy. India should be viewed as 28 vibrant state economies. Okay? Labor laws, yes, there are many things we are doing at the center. Eventually, the penny drops at the state level. Data has already shown that states which have proactively tried to reform have always availed and taken advantage of big trade agreements that India enters. So when market opportunities open, who can really benefit? Not everybody. It's the states which are eventually going to do proper and committed implementation of the policies that we are trying to push from Delhi. So state level also matters a great deal. If you look at the world today, it's a very different world than it was even in 2014, right? Increased amount of protectionism. Of course, the euphemism from economic point of view, we call it industrial policy, which is a very nice, fancy sounding term, but it basically means the governments are going to spend big money to get jobs back, manufacturing back, right? And government after government in the OECD nations are in fact doing exactly that. If you look at the nature of trade protection, in fact, if you look at the top 10 economies of the world and see what has happened in the last 10 years, we are the least protectionist. We have brought in less than 2,000 trade distortionary policies. You know how many the US has brought in? Close to 10,000. How many China has brought in? Do you know? Close to 8,000. So India is really very small if you look at just the number of protection or trying to protect certain kinds of livelihoods. But of course, the nature of those protections that these large economies are doing are in the form of non-tariff barriers, which means enormous amounts of subsidies for export promotion or industrial growth, etc. Right? So the nature of it. So when you look at the data, try to go into the details of some of this. The countries that have grown ahead of us, when many people tell us, if East Asia did it, India should also try and emulate the same. Well, India is not a small economy. That's number one. And also understand that none of these East Asian countries, whether it is Japan or South Korea, they haven't done it with this degree of freedom. And I mean maintaining sovereignty. There always has been erosion of sovereignty because technology transfer has meant that these nations have aligned themselves with large global powers. That is the nature of technology transfer. So please recognize what we are trying to do today in India is being fiercely independent, not wanting to be part of one bloc or the other. From a per capita income where we have just come out of poverty, we are a low middle income country, we are trying to do this leapfrog. We are well on our path to doing that. But of course, 7% growth cannot be normalized. We are aspiring for double digit. That is why you will see continuous reforms. That is our job, to continuously keep making things simpler, which means reducing the cost of doing business. So what has changed after 2014? If I just look at impact of growth, let's say poverty numbers, because eventually in a democracy, growth cannot be exclusive in nature. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable from a society perspective. So growth has to percolate down to household welfare, meaning quality of life of average citizens. Poverty matters a great deal. Now, different forms of poverty has existed. No, as you get more affluent, your definition of poverty also gets changed. It relaxes. You put more things into it. Initially, poverty was only linked to destitution. If you were hungry, you were poor. That was the Tendulkar poverty line, that you needed to consume certain amount of food. Then we moved to what we call the Rangarajan poverty line, which is not just food. So it's not just destitution, it is healthcare, education, conveyance, rental for urban areas. So you see the basket is getting bigger. So now we are talking moderate poverty. It's no longer extreme poverty. And if you just look at the Rangarajan poverty, what do you notice? That in India, nearly 30%, 29.5, 30% households fell below poverty line in 11-12. Do you know what that number is today? It's 3.6%. That has not happened on its own. That's number one. That this is a remarkable decline, unprecedented in human history, and definitely unprecedented from an open, democratic society. We don't know. The numbers in China on an average are very, very remarkable. But what we don't know are how things are distributed there. In India, you do. In India, you have seen state after state, rural after urban. In fact, there's a convergence of rural and urban quality of life and consumption levels. There's a great convergence happening. So, poverty is falling for everyone. You want to break it up across religious groups, because there is always a great deal of interest in the Western media that this is a majoritarian country and it doesn't care for its minority, etc. The data allows you to see what is happening to the welfare and the quality of life of different demographics. So if you look at the poverty, for instance, urban poverty for Muslim households used to be very high, almost 40% 10 years back. Poverty for scheduled tribe used to be nearly 50%. All those numbers are way down. It's around 5 or 6% today. So there is great convergence happening across demographic, whether religious groups, social groups, urban, rural, cross-state. That is what growth is meant to achieve. It's meant to be inclusive. And inclusive growth, therefore, if you see past 2014, we are achieving it in terms of these simple metrics. You know, in terms of actual number of people, what is that number? 302 million people have come out of poverty in India. It's not a small achievement, it's massive. I want to also tell you another thing. When people often compare us with China, they compare the GDP. No, GDP, they are almost 5 times our size, yes. And then when you deflate it by the population, you say the per capita income, well, they are 4.5 times to 5 times as rich as India. But do you know how that GDP is distributed? Private consumption is China. In China is only 1.5 times more than private consumption in India, which means an average Indian's quality of life is just a little lower than the Chinese quality of life today. Which means the additional GDP that is getting generated is with the state and is with corporations. Please appreciate that a free democratic society that you have has meant that the GDP is being enjoyed or is part of your quality of life. It doesn't sit with corporations and the state alone. It's very important for people to understand, because most of you only compare GDP sizes. Some of you will deflate it and look at population numbers, but that does not tell you the truth. All right? In terms of quality of life, the difference is not that vast. And of course, it's largely on account of the fact that we are a democracy, which means the rules are different. We do business very differently from the way Chinese do. Sometimes I hear frustration. Too much democracy in India and things take too much time and so on and so forth. Well, please note, my singular job as an economist is to tell you that there is a trade-off. The trade-off, if you just look at what is happening in terms of your quality of life and how growth is getting distributed, that trade-off comes largely on account of the fact that we are a democratic society. There is no such a thing as a free lunch. It's very important for the youngsters to understand, right? Now, I want to talk a little bit about the whole concept around Atmanirbharta. It's not just a meaningless phrase. It's meant to tell us that there are certain strategic sectors where we do not want to be over-reliant on external forces, right? Food is the first. And for the elders in the room, they will remember just 50 years back, when we wanted certain amount of food because we were struck in a certain hardship, we were denied. But within 50 years, what has happened to food production index of India? It's almost 130, which means of the 100 units that you consume, you produce 130. India today does not have a shortage of food. We have abundance of food. Yes, the quality and nature of that food is shifting. We are all eating less of carbohydrates, including the poorest Indians. Even the poorest Indians now are eating less of carbs and they are eating more of richer, better micronutrients. So if you look at fresh fruits, more than 90% Indians are eating fresh fruits. Why do I care about this? Because it's not like food grains that the government can give. It's also not something which is available throughout the country and throughout the year, which means usually, to even the youngsters in the room, there used to be a lot of seasonality before in consumption of fruits and vegetables. Today, not anymore. Why is that? Because your back-end logistic, the supply chain, the cold storages, the infrastructure development has meant that basic food and perishable items are available throughout the country. There is no district today in India when it comes to food. You would term it as a remote district. Food is available to Indians. So food security is something we can say we have achieved, right? And we are well on our path. Second, energy security. This helps you also appreciate why we took the stance that we do. We continue to take stance that we do. Because amongst the biggest economies in the world, we are the most exposed to imports as far as energy is concerned. 33% of our energy consumed is imported. That's too high, right? The Americans have brought it down after discovery of shale. Now they are in single digits. The Chinese too have now stabilized it around 13-14%. We are around 33%, which means we depend a great deal on external markets for energy needs. Please appreciate this is singularly driving our entire focus towards renewables, why we need to continue to push for renewables. And second, we are not going to grow the way the past OECD markets have grown. That would be terribly irresponsible. It's extremely polluting. It's just not sustainable. So yes, we do hear a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to policy prescriptions, but the reality is that we have to make a commitment, and we have. India is the poorest country amongst the G20. But if you look at the commitments in terms of climate that we have made and the energy transition we have made, no other nation before us has made these kind of responsible commitments and achieved them. We continue to achieve them. So the whole push for life, lifestyle for environment, etc., is really meant to tell you that India's growth is not going to mimic the growth of OECD nations before us. We are going to have our own path because we do have our own objectives. That takes me to the final issue that I'm extremely keen to discuss, but more importantly, we have to work towards improving, is this demographic dividend part of the story. Nations are built by people, not just by capital. And people will mean we need healthy, skilled, educated population. Yes, we are young. That window is there and it's open, and we're trying our best to take complete advantage of that. But the reality is that India's fertility rate has been crashing in unprecedented ways. Today, our fertility rate is well below replacement. In fact, it's below 2. It's around 1.97. This is too fast for a nation which has to grow. We need a large, capable, working population for the next several decades. So for the working population to shrink relative to an elderly population, we have 120 million people above the age of 60. So yes, we are a young nation, but we also have a rapidly increasing elderly share. So to improve and get to a high quality of life, we will need a large working age population. But with this declining fertility and falling rather rapidly, what are the policy prescriptions? Do you know that urban India has had below replacement fertility rate for the last 25 years? So while many people have started talking about fertility today, the reality is, and this is the dynamism of Indian economy, that unless you look at the data and you look at it in granular way, you don't really know what's happening. Most people just think they know India. You need to look at the data in highly granular way. So if urban India, the young women do not want to have children, that is a crisis. And you know what then pushes us further? That during the pandemic, a rather dismal statistics emerged from the rich G7 nations. That this is the first time in human history that such a large number of elderly population have died alone without a family member around. That shakes you up because it tells you that's not the kind of growth we want. Eventually, progress and development has to be defined in a way that we should aspire for. And that's not going to be, therefore, our growth model. China today, the biggest fear they have is they have already grown old before becoming rich. There is no clamor for migration into China, unlike Europe. As Amitabh mentioned, Japan is already quite old. In fact, in Japan today, they are trying to measure labor and age. Age for you and me is a very simple variable. It tells you how old you are. So it's a chronological measure. Not in Japan. In Japan, the conversations are moving to, yes, there is a chronological age, which means I'm 50 years old, but there is a biological age, which means I'm as productive as a 40-year-old. You see, the creativity in terms of thinking and narratives and trying to overcome an almost certain fate on account of not being sensitive to what is happening to fertility is very, very critical for any country. So what does that tell you, therefore? First, our policies have to become, and I must assure you, they are becoming more family-friendly. Because our girls are getting more, I see more women here. The girls are getting more educated than ever. They're working very hard. They outdo the boys not just in 10th and 12th. They outdo them in most undergrad courses as well. But after all that, when it's time to get into the labor market, what happens? You're a traditional society. We still want children. But your traditional family structure doesn't exist anymore. So when traditional family structures are breaking down because you're urbanizing at a pace unprecedented, you're also nuclearizing at a stage, a rate which is unprecedented. So that joint family where grandparents could take care of children and hence young women could go out and work, that luxury, unfortunately, doesn't exist. So if that happens and you want the young women to fulfill their aspiration, there is a role for policy. The government has to step in ways that it can. Therefore, you are seeing a push for all kinds of benefits. In fact, we are making a case for why families have to file taxes as a joint unit. There have to be benefits to taking care of elderly and the young. Children are extremely labor-intensive, but so are elders. Do you know an average working-age woman in India spends 4 hours every day taking care of someone? So now, as an economist, what's the value that they are bringing to the GDP? That's a very easy fix for me to do. I have estimated, and that number is 17%. Yes, it's very large. But in society, what does it mean? that this large amount of value which these women are creating on account of care is in the household. And because it is inside the household, there's no money transacted, we discount it. We don't just discount it in the GDP, we discount it in society. You don't value your women unless they go out and earn a living. But that is not how growth was meant to be even 100 years back. These are very large, critical issues which are staring at us. And you will continue to see that policy evolution is going to address these kind of structural issues. In migration across our states is going to take care of a lot of these problems. You will continue to see great amount of migration from eastern part of the country to the western part, which is far more industrialized and growing in ways that services, etc. is there. But that will still not solve the problem overall of care and what family-friendly policies ought to be, right? Very brief, I want to also spend a little bit of time making you appreciate that what has happened in the rural areas of India is nothing short of revolutionary since 2014. Many of you might have heard about declining labor force participation of women. How many of you know that in the last 8 years, rural India has witnessed a 70% increase in female labor force participation? It's massive. It has largely happened on the back of policy push. Whether it's your drone Didi, Lakpati Didi, self-help groups, there are a string of schemes. Of course, on the back of the fact that almost all amenities are keeping women at the heart of the family. So whether it is the housing scheme, Awas Yojana, 70% titles, ownership is in the names of women. Because women accessing or having access to ownership of asset is remarkable, not just for them, but for the family as a whole. It directly leads to better health and education outcome for the children. So these are long-term strategic issues that we are solving by basically targeting the right people within the family, because it's for the betterment of the society as a whole. One last, my favorite story on narratives and why I'm here to lend support to a media house. You know, narrative economics, and I encourage you to read the book by Robert Shiller, a Nobel awardee. Narrative economics used to be within the confines of corporate finance. That, you know, companies used to float stories about their rivals, or they would float stories about themselves to impact the stock price. Today, narrative economics is not within the limits or confines of corporate finance. Today, it's the lived reality of geoeconomics and geopolitics. So when we looked at Google data, GDEL data, and we started to look at hundreds of millions of data points from across the world, and we started to see how does global media cover different countries. It's remarkable. The democracies of the world continue to struggle. There is only one country in this world which now gets positive media coverage across global media. And I'm not talking about Chinese media alone. We are talking about global media. So why is it that the tone of media in New Zealand and Ecuador, in India, why do they cover China so positively? It's not an organic phenomenon. It's a campaign. In fact, the data, and this is the power of data, and I also encourage to the leadership team at Republic, invest in data. People are important. They are the most important. But data by itself, while people tell you it's the new oil, crude oil is not very meaningful. It's not very useful. You have to process it, which means you really need to invest in not just data, but people who can analyze that data and show you. And data is so beautiful, it can tell you what is the origin of these positive stories on China, what is the origin of most negative news on India. You know the origin of each of those. And you can see that these are campaigns being run. There's a lot of money going into it. So to get to what the truth is, we can do all the hard work sitting in Delhi within the government, And people, in terms of the way they vote, etc., they are telling you they are happy with the situation, at least till they have better options, which they don't seem to have. But what is the role of the media then? The role of the media is to tell us as factually correct information as possible. But factually correct today doesn't mean you can just pick up a newspaper and whatever you read can be taken at face value. That the data is very compellingly telling us that there are narrative campaigns that we are up against. You therefore become an ally in this nation-building exercise. You are part of Viksit Bharat 2047. It's your job, it's your duty to then inform the citizens as factually correct information as possible. So again, we are here to, within the government, we do a lot of data work. Most of it is public. I encourage the younger team here, because the data is online, it's publicly available. I encourage you to replicate some of them. Read them, read the research, right? Because there is copious amount of research and new evidence coming out. It needs to find its way into media for the wider public to then understand and know about it. Because government is traditionally not very good with communication. Bureaucrats in particular, Amitabh is an outlier. Okay, most bureaucrats are not trained in communication. So media therefore becomes extremely important to look at the new MOSPI data, look at all these reports we are writing. Everything is open source and can be replicated. The codes are available. That's how transparent a lot of the research is. So I encourage you, I support you in propagating and talking about all these revolutionary changes that have shaped India since 2047. Thank you very much. Namaskar and good luck.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic.
Amid Karnataka power tussle, DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah hold press conference after key breakfast meeting. Siddaramaiah says there is no difference between them. DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah say they will abide by High Command's decision and reiterated that the Congress party will return to power in Karnataka in 2028. Public gets inside scoop on Karnataka power tussle. Sources suggest that DK Shivakumar is unwilling to compromise. Airbus grounds 6,000 flights worldwide for urgent software update after JetBlue pitch down scare. Imran Khan's sister Noreen Niazi issues sharp warning over his isolation, denied access and rising tensions, says any harm to him could push Pakistan into chaos. Russian President Vladimir Putin to be on state visit to India for annual summit on the 4th and 5th of December to hold bilateral with Prime Minister Modi. Okay, we start with this edition with some breaking news coming in. These are fresh visuals that are coming in from the state of West Bengal, where leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari is holding a rally with his party workers in Kuch Bihar district of North Bengal. What happened earlier, viewers, is that there was a showdown between Shubhendu Adhikari and the Mamata Banerjee police over allegations of the BJP not adhering to instructions or permission given to conduct the rally. Let's go across to my colleague Pinky, who joins me live from on ground. पिंकी, हमें बताइए क्या हो रहा है और क्या हुआ था इसके पहले पुलिस और शुभेंदु अधिकारी के बीच में, बिकॉज वी अंडरस्टैंड कि कुछ क्लैशेस हुए इसके पहले और पुलिस ने ये एलिगेशन लगाया कि परमिशन नहीं दी गई थी शुभेंदु को रैली के लिए।
देखिए, आपको बता दो कि ये रैली शुरू होने से पहले पुलिस की तरफ से एडिशनल एसपी आए और जो ट्रक में जो मंच तैयार किया जा रहा था उसको रोका गया। शुभेंदु अधिकारी आने से पहले ये हुआ था और शुभेंदु अधिकारी उसी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन जो है उसी ट्रक में जाके उसी मंच में जाके आज भाषण देंगे, कुछ बिहार में चैंद्रा बंधा में भाषण देंगे। और आप देख सकते हैं शुभेंदु अधिकारी अभी चल रहे हैं और उनको स्वागत करने के लिए आसपास का जो महिलाएं हैं, आसपास का जो कर्मी है, सपोर्टर्स है, वो लोग भी आ गए हैं। शुभेंदु अधिकारी हम लोग के साथ जुड़ गए हैं। हम लोग शुभेंदु अधिकारी के पास जाएंगे। शुभेंदु का क्या कुछ देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि लाइव है हम लोगों और ये जो क्रेज है, क्यों मगर इसके पहले हमने देखा कि पुलिस आया था, पुलिस आके आपका जो मंच है वो खोल
पहले तो परमिशन नहीं दिया। यहाँ का बीजेपी जिला अध्यक्ष को श्यामल रॉय को यहाँ जो जलपाईगुड़ी सर्किट बेंच है हाई कोर्ट का, वहाँ जाना पड़ा। काल कोर्ट में गवर्नमेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का लॉयर पूरा अपोज किया। बीजेपी के ये लोग कोई मिছিল मीटिंग कार्यक्रम करने नहीं देगा। ये बीजेपी को डरता है और जनता जनार्दन बीजेपी का साथ, मोदी जी का साथ है। वो हाईकोर्ट ने इजाजत दे दिया। उसका बाद आज सुबह से यहाँ ये प्रोग्राम को बंद करने के लिए सीधा सबको उतार दिया। ममता बनर्जी आईपीएस ऑफिसर को भी उतारा, लेकिन हाईकोर्ट का इजाजत और इतना जनता की जनसौलाभ, ये जनता जनार्दन आज साबित कर दिया। ये बंगाल में परिवर्तन का लहर, जय श्री राम का गूंज और माता काली का जय ध्वनि का साथ बंगाल में इस बार विकासवादी, राष्ट्रवादी, सुशासन, सुरक्षा देने वाला एक सरकार बनने जा रही है। एक असेंबली में ही देख लीजिए आप किस तरीके से परिवर्तन आनते ही हमें। सपोर्टर नहीं है।
नहीं, वो आके बता रहे कि मैं तृणमूल का सपोर्टर हूँ, मगर सुनील तोमर से मुलाकात करने आई थी, मैं उन्हें देखने आई थी।
ये विश्वास हम लोग नेता प्रतिपक्ष के नाते पिछले 5 साल पूरा के पूरा मेहनत और संघर्ष किया। असेंबली का अंदर, असेंबली का बाहर, हर मुद्दे में बीजेपी लड़ाई किया। इसलिए जनता आप समझ गया ये बीजेपी को ही लाना चाहिए। बंगाल में कांग्रेस की स्टेट रिजेक्टेड, सीपीएम का 34 साल का राजत्व देख लिया, टीएमसी का 15 साल देख लिया, बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट नहीं देखा। इसलिए जितना भी अगल बगल में सरकार है, आसाम से लेकर बिहार से लेकर यहाँ का जितना भी नॉर्थ बंगाल से सटा हुआ सरकार है, आसाम बिहार, इस तरीके से डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, लोग देख रहा है।
बॉर्डर है। एसआईआर की सिचुएशन में हकीमपुर चेकपोस्ट से हमने विजुअल्स देखे कैसे बहुत सारे लोग बांग्लादेशी जो इलीगली इंडिया में रह रहे थे वो लोग भाग रहे हैं और सिचुएशन ये है कि बहुत सारे चेकपोस्ट ऐसे हैं जहां से
All right, those were the live visuals that are coming in from Cooch Behar in North Bengal, where the BJP is conducting a rally after the High Court gave nod to Leader of Opposition Shivakumar Adhikari seeking permission to conduct a rally. The party has now claimed that the Bengal police earlier obstructed them from carrying out their democratic right of holding a rally, campaigning ahead of the assembly elections. And Shivakumar Adhikari over there, ladies and gentlemen, has repeatedly claimed that Mamata Banerjee is obstructing the work of the opposition, the principal opposition party in West Bengal, and not allowing party workers to function in the rural areas, claiming complete collapse of law and order in the state. Right, from West Bengal to the national capital, ladies and gentlemen, 19 days on since the 10/11 Delhi blast, the Al-Falah University continues to be at the center of the probe by agencies. Several developments and revelations have surfaced regarding the terror doctors, their network, the university's founder, who is now under the radar of the National Investigation Agency.
In a startling discovery, NIA officials have recovered 18 lakh rupees in cash from the wardrobe of the suspected terrorist Dr. Shaheen. The money was concealed in a simple polythene bag inside room number 22 that belonged to Shaheen. On September 25th, Shaheen purchased a Brezza car using cash. The National Investigation Agency is now trying to determine the source of large sum. During the raid, the NIA also searched Shaheen's locker in the admin block of Al-Falah University campus. Meanwhile, the founder, Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, is also under huge scrutiny and is believed to have routed funds through a UK-registered company linked to his son, who holds a UK citizenship. The ED has opened a parallel probe into the investment of those funds, suspecting they were obtained by misleading people and laundering money through son's overseas firm. In a separate development, the Delhi blast case continues to expand. The NIA has recorded statements from 30 doctors at Al-Falah Medical College. Those questioned have described the terror Dr. Omar as rude and selective about who entered his room. Investigators recovered 4 videos from Omar's phone. One shows him justifying jihad and human bombs. The other 3 are similar short clips lasting 3 to 5 minutes each. The phone is being analyzed to track down his accomplices. On the other hand, the Delhi police have issued a notice to private hospitals seeking information on doctors who graduated from Pakistan, Bangladesh, the UAE or China are now practicing in the capital. The multiple investigations into the cash stash, alleged fund routing through a university and the Delhi blast case highlight the web of financial and terror links that are now under investigation.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And here's a quick check of everything else that is making news. DMK MPs met at the party headquarters under the leadership of Chief Minister and DMK President M.K. Stalin. The meeting was convened to review the work reports submitted by the MPs. Issues related to the SIR along with the overall performance of the MPs will also be discussed during the meet. 12 Bangladeshi nationals and 1 Indian citizen were arrested by Islampur police after a raid in Char Gopalpur village under Hurshi Gram Panchayat. The arrests were based on information from a confidential source indicating that foreign nationals were being sheltered in the area without documentation. The Rouse Avenue Court in the National Capital adjourned the passing of its order on whether to take cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet in the National Herald money laundering case. The court will now pronounce its order on 16th of December. Viewers, what is exactly happening in Karnataka? Republic Kannada and our top focus remains on the key breakfast meeting that took place between Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah at the latter's residence early this morning amid the ongoing tussle for the chief ministerial post in the state. Republic has the inside scoop over the meeting, where sources have now told us that D.K. Shivakumar is unwilling to compromise and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has taken a hard line over the issue. This even as both sides claim that all is well within the party. This is something that they said on record post the breakfast meeting in a press conference.
Would you like to give them a message today?
I don't want whatever message we have to give. We have given myself and the Honorable Chief Minister, both of us have given to the entire congressmen in this country, and whoever want to look at it, we abide by it, we stand by it. We are committed on it.
So yesterday you said that there are many issues of the state to be discussed. You will be going to Delhi.
Of course. Myself, CM will discuss. We have to make a strategy whether how many of us has to go. But I have a lot of issues on it, especially on irrigation and urban development. I will have to go. I will have to fix the time with the central ministers also. All of a sudden I can't go. I have to discuss with the central ministers. We wanted to call all party meeting, myself, Chief Minister. Because on this maize issue, we want to discuss, we want to take a all-party delegation on this sugar cane and maize and some other issues connected to the state. And by God with blessings of the Almighty, the court has given us an opportunity. Whatever High Command tells, you will obey. Sir, at least you understood it or not? This is my reply to your question.
Sir, status quo till assembly is over.
See, we go together. There are no differences between me and D.K. Shivakumar. We face the election, assembly. We have worked out a strategy how to face the BJP and JDS.
On to news from Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. Imran Khan's sister Alima has filed a contempt of court petition in the Islamabad High Court against the Adiala jail superintendent and others for not being allowed to meet Pakistan's jailed former Prime Minister and his brother Imran Khan. Alima filed the petition in the presence of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Chief Minister Sohail Afridi and other leaders of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. Republic TV has gotten more exclusive responses from Imran's sister, wherein now she has essentially gone on to directly make an allegation against the Chief Justice of the court, saying that he cannot allow this kind of anarchy to rule the state. Listen in.
Meet him. The party is worried, they want to meet him. But I said that the reason I feel he's safe, only because they would not dare touch a hair on his head. Because they know exactly what's going to happen to them if they do that. The anger in Pakistan is building up, and you don't want anarchy. When they say people asking,
so you do currently feel that he is safe?
only because I feel they wouldn't dare do it. That's the only reason. My feeling is that they know what's going to happen. They know what's going to happen if they dare do that. This Noon League who's saying that, maybe he's already gone. If they dare talk like that, they're not going to be safe in this country. And there's no plane that they can take and fly away anywhere and expect themselves to be safe if they dare touch him. So that's why I say they dare not do it. That's the only reason. Because we don't have proof. We have no information, nothing from jail. Who do we talk to? That's why we come to a judge. And if there's no emergency, he doesn't feel it's urgent enough, that he doesn't want to meet any of us. All we said is, he gets up from court and leaves. So where do we go? We don't know where to go. I think now we keep filing petitions. There are hundreds of petitions that we are filing in front of this judge, in front of Supreme Court also. Contempt of court. We are filing for contempt of court. Normally, in a year earlier or 2 years earlier, we used to see if this was a contempt of court, the judge would be so upset, the police would be worried that they had to obey the orders of the judges, right?
Yes.
Police was worried, officers in the government were worried, the executive was worried, because the judge would hold them in front of them and say, you will not, if you uttered a word against any decision, the judge would call you in for a contempt of court. Right now, the policeman says, what court orders? And throws it out. He says, I don't believe in court orders. Full bench court orders, police has no value for it. And he's not protecting the chair, the responsibility he has as Chief Justice. It's not him personally, it's the chair of the Chief Justice, which is justice for the people of Pakistan. And he cannot allow this sort of anarchy to brew within the country. It's his job, it's his duty to protect the rule of law, to uphold it. And that we are worried, because then it'll be, you're heading towards anarchic situation. It's anarchic. If people take law into their own hands, it's very dangerous for Pakistan. And that should never be, that should not happen. But what do you do next? Imran Khan not being allowed to meet.
But by saying that, do you not feel like you're also tacitly suggesting something to people? Because you're saying...
I'm telling you, I'm also going to be. They'd better worry about me if they touch my brother. I'll be the first one standing in line. That's what the emotions are. How dare you try to suggest even that you want to kill him in jail? Like, that's murder. So, and
but
where
I don't
do
think
I
anyone
go?
is suggesting that, though, are they, at the moment? I know that they're sort of...
they are.
Well, no, I know that
Tacitly, they're trying to say, I think he's gone, and why would they say this?
But who's saying that? Apart from media that's coming from India?
No, the political. The political member of the government. Political member said that, right? In assembly.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you.
All right, viewers, that's it on this edition of Live and Breaking. But do stay on with us, because on the other side, we'll get you that response, that exclusive response of Noreen Niazi on Republic TV. And do watch her warning to Asim Munir. Stay with us.
Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, everyday.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
I actually can't stop. The problem is I asked ChatGPT once. No. ChatGPT says, what do rich people do? ठीक है
but they ask ChatGPT.
अब rich people क्या करते हैं? What do rich people do? तो उसने बोला 2-3 चीजें करते हैं. They said one is you start serving humanity, which is what a Bill Gates Foundation would do or an Aziz Premji. Second is do something which humanity has never done, which is like probably a colonizing Mars, which probably an Elon Musk might be doing. And there are third type of people who are obsessed with challenges, obsessed with growth, obsessed with opportunities, obsessed with doing something different. And that I think is me. I think I'm obsessed with growth, challenges, competition. Yeah. And that drives me super. Life will go on. I will never retire. I don't think I will ever retire.
I am also never going to retire.
Yeah. So
I think we'll continue.
Yeah.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan.
India's creative industries, how they are becoming a new frontier of growth.
Absolutely, Rakshita. Mr. Raja Navani, Chairman and Managing Director of Jetline Group of Companies, has been a pioneer in digital entertainment, gaming, empowering India's youth economy.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Raj Navani.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here with all of you. And it's, I think when you think of the Republic India Economic Summit, you say where, aspirations of India meet bold ideas. I think this is the place where it's all happening. And today, earlier, when Arnab walked me around this campus and showed me what has been created here, I must compliment both Arnab and Republic for what has been created. It's something truly what India can create both for India and from India for the world. And I think when you see that and you see the young people, who were walking around here, it brings about that hope and excitement that we all talk about when we think of India. We always say that, we are the world's youngest country by age, but I think what is most important is how are we going to use that youthful power that we have to be able to shape the future, not only of our country, but of the world at large. And I think, therefore, there is that one India moment. When you think of it, we are the world's fastest growing economy today. We have a youth demography that none others have. And I think it was with the same, expectation that when we were thinking about what would the next 30 years of our group's business be like, we're an 80-year-old business family, I thought that the best way to be able to help shape that was to understand first this Gen Z, the young generation that is not only going to be, creating this India, but also going to be the biggest consumers in shaping the future of this India. This is the generation that, will reject a job because you're not allowed hoodies, at work. This is the generation that when we try and understand them or they say, you don't get us. It's a digital always generation. It is an immersive generation. It is a generation, that is very hard for someone to be able to point a finger at and say, this is what defines it, right? Everyone's trying to figure that out. And so we set upon this journey to say, we are going to build trust with this generation. We are going to actually play a role in the daily digital life of this generation. And through that platform and that trust, really be able to address both their concerns and their needs of the future. And it was, therefore by chance that the entire, media entertainment piece is what we hit upon, because strategically when we were figuring out, we said the first area that the opportunity we could see was one where, there was a particular way in which this generation was engaging both with content, not only as consumers of content, but also creators of content. And I think that's the big shift and the big opportunity that we saw, about a decade ago. And over these years, we have actually built this entire ecosystem, whether it comes to finding competitive gamers in esports, creating simulated experiences through video gaming, which is also extending to, education and a lot other areas of artificial kind of not only bringing artificial intelligence, but, using artificial intelligence to drive immersive experiences in augmented, mixed, and virtual reality. And I think that entire journey and experience is what, shaped a large part of what we have been doing over the last decade. And then this entire aspect of the creator economy. And I think for India, if we really look at what's going to drive the future, to me, it sits in these three buckets, right? There is innovation, there is creativity, and then there is entrepreneurship. So if I look at the room here and I see a lot of young faces here, and I say, how many of you want to actually be job creators, and not just job seekers? I'm sure I'm going to see a lot of hands, because everybody here wants to be able to create an opportunity for a livelihood that not only concerns themselves, but gives them the freedom, the flexibility, and today with technology, the ability to actually create very successful micro-entrepreneurship or careers that never existed before. So not only are you going to be able to, create enterprises of the future that are going to be in India, from India, for the world, but, actually ones that are going to be massively innovative. And in an era of technology, one very interesting facet that always comes out and everyone talks about it is what is it that's going to stay and what's it that's going to go away? So the creativity of a person, of a human being, is probably what's going to stay. So if you see all of human imagination, and I think Bharat and India has driven a large part of that, has come from some source of creativity that exists in one human being. And we see examples of that today. One maverick in the US has created not only satellite ecosystems, new cars, this. One human being can use and unleash creativity to such an extent that you can actually shape what the world will look like. And the ability to therefore be able to tap into that creative energy, that creative source, is something that I think is going to be a big shift that I believe we will have to see as individuals, as we look at the future, not only of India, but of the world. And I truly believe that India has the potential to bring that about. I see many examples. We work with the largest creator ecosystem in India, and whether it's in regional music, whether it is in many other areas. And what we find is the expertise of that creator that gets unlocked really results in the ability to influence others to make decisions. And I think brands and others who want to access that really have to tap into exactly that same source to be able to do it. So I think there's a huge shift that is happening when you look at what that creativity is unlocking, both for people, individuals, brands, the ecosystem, the country. And, with technology, we have been able to see the power of being able to take affordable solutions and many other things into the hands of people. And therein lies the entire aspect of innovation. So for a country like India, if we want to move from a developing country to the, developed and Viksit Bharat of 2047, and we want to do it through an innovation journey, there will be some non-negotiables of that journey, because never in the history of mankind has a democratically elected country of 1.4 billion people moved from being a developing to a developed country. And when we think of what are those non-negotiables, really we can tap into many aspects, but I think key things that will stand out is how do we include everybody into that process. Again, the role of technology and creativity to make that happen. How do we create solutions that are affordable and consumable by all? And the good part about the entire creator economy is that not only are the creators, the producers of whether it's content or solutions and actually deriving livelihoods from that, or employees of new age companies or even traditional companies, but they are also going to be the consumers. So it's a very strong 360-degree kind of engagement with them that will help shape enterprises, help shape countries, governments, and a collaborative approach to making that happen, to me, is what will help create that Viksit Bharat that we all talk about, the ones that we dream about, the ones that we imagine, and ones that we can continue to reimagine in the future. So to me, when I think of the future of India and I think of what is it that is going to be, taking India there, I think this entire generation of Gen Zs, the next generation of Gen Alphas, again, who have a very different behavioral pattern compared to Gen Zs, and the Gen Betas that are being born in 2025 are going to shape this India very differently. The Gen Alpha plays that we have today, we see the concerns that, 14 and 15-year-olds have today for causes that are of global issues. And you will not imagine, many of you will have examples at your own homes and in own companies and in your own areas, but you will be able to understand and appreciate that, because that will be a part of their DNA as they continue to grow. And with Gen Beta kids, we are hoping that India as a country today can create a generation that will not only shape that future, but will also inherit it, and therefore create that India which we all, would like to see and imagine growing into the future. For the Gen Beta, we have a very interesting 1,000-day program that starts from the time when someone is pregnant to the first 1,000 days of a child, right? The ability, and today science is showing how it can actually cross-pollinate and create very, very unique neural networks that will help shape that generation. So with the advancement of technology, we are going to see two things happen. There's going to be the appreciation for diversity and creativity, but also the convergence of many common new things that we find that will shape society. And I think, when we talk of India strengthening its economic power, strengthening its economic capacity, both in India and in the context of the world, these are the different aspects that we will, have to understand, appreciate, and collaboratively work to unlock in the near future. I know they wanted me to open this up and make this interactive with each one of you or whoever would like to have a discussion. So we'll move into that section of this conversation and maybe have someone, who wants to ask a question, really raise that right now. Thank you.
So you were talking about Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, Gen Z. We, as millennials, we are young managers. There is a Gen Z, which is so... after the advent of AI and technology, the Gen Z has changed completely. That's definitely a generation gap. But, how do you think, as you mentioned, for Gen Beta, you already have a program. And Gen Beta started in 2025, and you already have a program which you're saying, which is 1,000 days. So how do you see the advent of this technology changing the mindset of these people, which is very difficult to train humanly? To be very honest, there's a huge gap between the technology, there's a huge gap between their mindsets, there's a huge gap everywhere. So do you think that technology can fill that gap? Over to you. Thank you.
When you talk of technologies, we can talk of multiple technologies that, impact you and affect you in various ways. But the world, and today we are all talking of artificial intelligence, and I think you referred, to that. So today at least our strong belief is that each of these generations, right, whether it is the millennials or the Gen X, and, the duration of that generation is not equidistant to 15 years as everyone is talking, because generations are now compressing a lot faster. But that also means that there is an evolutionary process of the human being that is happening at a much different pace, and we see that, everywhere. Now that part is going to continue, right? I think what is in control, especially when it comes to India or enterprises that want to serve India, for the future, is the environment that you're able to create, for that generation. And I think when we look at ourselves as ecosystem creators for a particular generation. And what Gen Zs particularly we found different is that their interests are in communities, right? So there is a community that is interested, say, for example, in mindfulness, right? Or a community that is interested in a particular video game, or a community that is interested in following one particular young creator, right? And for us, each of those communities, if they're about 100 million people, right, or at least grow to that, is how we enter into those communities. And we either create the IPs or the reasons for which those communities exist, or then we address those communities and serve their needs, right? So it's not like one large 2 billion people community, which was, I think, of the internet generation. So the AI generation is probably going to reduce that even further. Right? So today what you need and what someone sitting next to you needs are going to be two very different things. And how do you actually, manage those multiple interests through the day? So as Jet Synthesis, we said we will play a key role in your daily digital life. At 5 a.m. in the morning, you'll make an affirmation, I won't get angry today, and we'll handhold you through that. But you're listening to some music in regional, you're playing a video game somewhere, maybe you're deriving your livelihood as an athlete, as an esports athlete for the country, and going to go and win an Olympic medal, because that's happening in the digital world with esports. We've got an Olympics now which is going to get created. So you're going to find very different new opportunities that will come up for Gen Zs and Gen Alphas and Gen Betas, right? What one can create is the right environment to help each of those generations, each individual, unlock the best version of themselves. That's how we really think of our business, and I think this is how India as a country should be thinking, and probably the world, because if each individual can live up to their true potential, then everything works fairly well, because you will have, families, you will have, smaller enterprises, you will have, everyone actually being lifted up. And especially for a Viksit Bharat, I think that is what we want to see, India achieve.
It was a great speech, sir. Pleasure to hear you first. And what came in mind, given that I fall in the Gen Z category, is that what's the biggest wow factor when it comes to our generation that you see? And a lesson that we could learn from the ones that have brought Bharat where it stands now. Over to you, sir.
That is a question I should be asking you, right? But, for me, the wow factor is in every moment, every interaction with a Gen Z, right? I mean, I'm telling you, because we learn and we invest, I think, over-invest in understanding this generation, because the starting point of the generation is that you don't get us, right? You don't understand us, right? I think when we were growing up, we never felt that. You felt a rebellion at some point in your life, at some age, everyone feels that. But here, in every Gen Z that I interact, and that is the beauty, right? You want to change the status quo, right? You come with no baggage and the youthful ability to be able to do that, right? Every revolution in the world, for positive change started with 5 people coming together, 10 people coming together. Today, you have a whole generation of people who are willing to stand for their causes, a very transparent generation. I mean, with social media, everybody lives their lives in under public scrutiny, right? So I think it's a very different ingredient in this generation. And how do we as a country really leverage that? Because we are, the largest rising generation in the world. I mean, in the US, I chair the India version of the Aspen Ananta Center, and there's a huge grant given by the Bezos family, about $200 million to address values with the rising generation. My question is, where is the largest rising generation in the world? Right? We were having a discussion on the US and India. The largest rising generation is sitting here in this country. If we build the right values, we are able to unlock the true power in each one of that rising generation. Nothing can stop India from achieving its true potential. You add to that what we have as legacy, as a rich history. And today, as I was talking earlier, the tapping into that source of your ultimate creative potential, or, is linked to a huge concept called consciousness. And I was in Boston at MIT, and MIT is saying the latest thing from the neuroscience department is consciousness, do we understand it, right? So there is this large Bharat knowledge heritage that we have, right, which was there And today, science is coming to a conclusion, and quantum is playing a large role to say that this is how the human operates. This is how the physiology of everything that is a state of matter comes from something that is non-physical, which is in a state of consciousness, and one which can unlock massive creative potential in each person. It's huge, right? When we think of that, I can't think of a better country than India to be able to position itself on the stage of global leadership. And that's the excitement that I think each one of you as Gen Z should see. That's the wow factor.
Actually, my question was, of course, based on what you spoke just now. There's no doubt that Indian heritage is going to play a big role in making the youth of India stand out when it comes to the world stage. What is your prescription for that? How can that be implemented? Thank you.
The beauty is there is no prescription. Because I'll tell you why. If you look at artificial intelligence today, artificial intelligence, especially when you look at generative, right? There are two forms. We've dealt with machine learning, we've dealt with structured data, and we've been able to create very, predictable, good outcomes, and that has created brilliant efficiency, etc. But when you have, unstructured data, when you have variables that you have never understood, how they will affect and impact and make a change, right? It creates a very different level of personalization that can be done today than ever before. Right? So the point is, what is right for you is not right for someone else. Right? So the moment you get into one form of a, structured thing for all, and that's what I was mentioning. For a Gen Z, we brought it down to smaller communities and interests, which are still significant. Right? But as we are going forward, if you ask me, to unlock that true potential, right, we have to be able to understand that person far better. And this applies not only for those who are delivering, some services to them, but to see how they can participate in the nation's development. Each person has a different capacity to do things for themselves, do things for your family, do things for your nation, do things with your friends, and do things for what you work. I mean, that is your life, right? If you are able to bring that about. So the prescription, if at all, is to be able to stir the imagination of young people, is to get people excited and create platforms that help them get and unlock their true potential better. To help that generation, work around, as I said, a set of non-negotiables which are true for India, that are true for the world today, right? Today, whether it is, it's very easy to say, we stand for peace and joy and love and prosperity, right? But each of those words mean a lot. And how do you actually live that to be able to create a world that is going to see that, right? So I think there are many aspects of that, and each platform can take up one of these areas and kind of, create an open platform for people to come and be able to, explore that. But a prescriptive form for this generation and for this India change would actually be, not the right thing to do. It's a framework that one can create within which we can see a lot of change happen.
Hello sir, a very good evening. So I wanted to ask, what gives a legacy industrialist the confidence to bet on the digital future, like how you have done through your subsidiary Jet Synthesis?
When we were looking at our manufacturing businesses, and we were seeing that, okay, we've allocated capital, we've put a lot of infrastructure to be able to create products, for our consumers. The first thing I started to see that the only, expense item that kept going up was marketing, which clearly meant that, we are not able to, to serve our consumers correctly because, they probably moved on and we are forcing them to buy our products, right? And from there, creating more lines as Jetline to Jet Synthesis was to synthesize in near real time and deliver to a person in an asset-light model what they truly need. And hopefully, as we are now beginning to move into the next phase, predict what they're going to need, from today's time. And I think that was the shift. That was the shift that the power of digital is going to shape the future of each individual in some shape and form. Enterprises, governments, everything you see, whether everyone has a stakeholder, right? So today for a government, a citizen is a stakeholder, and we've seen the massive transformation that, say, Aadhaar or UPI has done for a country like India. So in every area you are going to see this big shift happen, that technology, digital, and now increasingly with AI personalization is going to be able to make that shift happen. We decided about a decade ago to get into that space, and we believe that, that shift was very deliberate. It is very different because everything changes. It's not just what you deliver, but it's also how you deliver, how you monetize, how do you create business models that survive and thrive in a new age economy. And we are seeing so many great examples of companies in India that started a decade ago. There's a surge of IPOs, right? And all of them have achieved some scale. Some of them will say we are disruptors, but what have you disrupted? You've disrupted a process, you've disrupted a business model, and you're being able to serve a consumer sharper and better and faster. In 15 minutes you can get anything you want, you will move there, right? The fact that you are making that choice today means that anything else I was doing to try and get that product to you is not going to work, right? So I think this opportunity is what is going to drive not only today, but I think increasingly going to drive the future, and the companies who get that and who get that right, will make that shift. So if we see the $1 trillion market cap companies that we talk about in the US today came off the internet generation, right? Whether you see Amazon, you see Facebook, Meta, you see all the countries, because internet came in, they were able to do it. Now, with AI coming in, and if it is as big a revolution as the internet, what is going to drive the future companies in 10 years from today? That's what you should be asking yourselves, especially those who want to become entrepreneurs and really, go out there and build that with the right set of non-negotiables for a country like India. And the India playbook is going to play out for the world, if not today, in the future, definitely for you.
Hello, sir. Talking about Gen Z, some people say that ambition is taking a back seat and work-life balance is becoming a priority. What do you have to say on that?
Again, as I said, it's different for different people, but ambition is always a product of what you want to do, what you want to be, and how you will make it happen actually comes through your actions, right? And your efforts. So you have an ambition, and then you have an effort to make that ambition, to realize that ambition. So for those whose work and life and play are integrated, you'll find those crazy entrepreneurs who will work 20 hours a day, and you have one here at Republic. And I've seen that, who'll sleep on the studios and make it happen because you have that craze to be able to make that change happen in the world. The urgency to do things, is a very different kind of DNA, where your work, your life, your play, everything is immersed. So from one extreme like that to those who view it as a balance, because then you're creating a separate time for work, separate time for play, separate time for your ambition. But I think each person again will build it differently. What makes one different from the other is how you have built your inner self. And therefore I go back to there has never been a greater need than now for every individual to look inwards. Right? As I said, we created a Think Right platform because everything our education taught us is what you should say and do. Don't hit someone, or don't speak a lie. But the source of that is thought. I'm hitting someone because I'm getting angry. So if I make an affirmation in the morning, I won't get angry today, and I handhold you through the day, and you control that, you will obviously be a more productive person, and you will be able to, again, unlock that creativity from that source of ultimate potential that you have, right? And I think if you're not taking care of your inside today, it's going to be very hard because you're only managing situations, and then you want to balance your situations in life. But when you have that inner strength, and therefore we say from think right, to eat right, to move right, to sleep right, right life, right? If you can get that balance and you can look into a phone, like you look at Google for your external world, we've created Right Life where you look into a phone and you're able to understand yourself better. 72 parameters, what you should do now. And if you're in that zone, in that now moment, in that position, like right now I'm talking to you, I'm here with you discussing just this point, right? And you can move in that ability or have that ability to do that, you will definitely be able to achieve a lot more. And you will see that life, work, balance, all in some harmonious way, start working together. And that's what we need. We need to create a generation of happy people. We need to create a generation of balanced people. We need to create a generation that is productive not only for themselves, their families, but for the country. So thank you.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Well, there's an incendiary speech delivered by an AIMIM MLA of Hyderabad that has now sparked major political controversy. We'll tell you more about that, but first the headlines. Amid Karnataka power tussle, DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah hold press conference together after a key breakfast meeting. Siddaramaiah said there are no differences between them. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah said they will abide by High Command's decision and reiterate that Congress will return to power in 2028. Republic gets inside scoop of Karnataka power tussle. Sources tell Republic that Shivakumar unwilling to compromise. Airbus grounds 6,000 flights worldwide for urgent software update after JetBlue pitch down scare. Imran Khan's sister speaks to Republic TV, warning of chaos. Issues warning over Imran Khan's isolation, says Pakistan will be pushed into chaos. And Russian President Vladimir Putin to be on state visit to India on the 4th and 5th of December, holding key bilaterals with Prime Minister Modi. We have some breaking news coming in at the top of this hour, viewers. In the India Gate protest case, the controversy that had erupted, Patiala House Court has rejected the request of Delhi police seeking custody of 7 accused persons in the Parliament Street police station. Viewers, remember there were pro-Maoist slogans that were raised, and even pepper spray were used against the cops. Now, the court has sent the accused to 2 days judicial custody. The court has also listed the bail applications of the accused on the 1st of December. So 7 accused have been sent to 2-day judicial custody. Police custody has been denied. Shambhavi joins us live on the broadcast for more. Shambhavi, tell us more details about this case now. 2-day judicial custody for the accused.
Well, see, in this case, originally 6 people were arrested for protesting outside India Gate, that is the Kartavya Path area, and then later 17 were arrested for protesting outside the Parliament Street police station in support of those 6 people who were originally arrested. Now, out of 17 people, 9 of them were given bail. Left were 8. Out of 8 people, all those 8 people were sent to judicial custody. But police later asked for police custody of 7 out of those 8 people, which the court today denied. The court said that they will not be giving the police custody for those 7 people. Instead, they actually remanded those 7 people to judicial custody. So now all 8 of them are in judicial custody. And the bail hearings of the same will be heard on 1st of December.
Shambhavi, what are the charges that have been pressed against the accused? If you could just shed some light on that.
Basically, the charges are related to assault, obstruction of public servants, and also outraging women's modesty. We also know that several slogans, including posters and different supportive slogans, were raised for Maoist leader Hidma. So these are the charges which are being raised, basically assault and obstruction of public servant. These are the main charges that they are actually arguing on. And we know that 7 at one place and 8 another place, so total of 17 people are in police custody and judicial custody.
Thank you so much, Shambhavi. We have some breaking news coming in right now. Jamaat Ulama Hind, the president and former Rajya Sabha MP Maulana Mahmood Madani has sparked another controversy as he slams the apex court, saying it does not deserve to be called supreme. In fact, he has addressed a gathering in Bhopal. Maulana Mahmood Madani said, and I quote, after the verdict into Babri Masjid, triple talaq and several other matters, it seems that courts are functioning under government pressure for a few years now. Madani further added that, I quote, we have several instances before that have raised questions on the character of courts. Supreme Court is eligible to be called supreme only when it follows the constitution and when it upholds the law. If it does not do that, it doesn't deserve to be called supreme. In fact, he has also made a comment on jihad. Listen in to Madani.
हर हुक्मरान का अव्वलीन फर्ज अपनी रियाया को इंसाफ फराहम कराना है। मुल्क में अमन व अमान का क़याम और जराइम से पाक मुआशरे की तश्कील इंसाफ के बगैर हो नहीं सकती, हो ही नहीं सकती। लेकिन अफसोस के साथ ये कहना पड़ता है कि गुज़िश्ता कुछ अरसे से बिलखुसूस बाबरी मस्जिद, तलाक़ सलासा जैसे बहुत से मसालों पर फैसले के बाद ये तासुर आम हो रहा है कि अदालतें हुकूमतों के दबाव में काम कर रही हैं। अक़लियतों के आईनी हुकूक और दस्तूर के बाद बुनियादी उसूलों की तशरीह की ऐसी मिसालें सामने आई हैं जिन्होंने अदालतों के किरदार पर सवालिया निशान लगा दिया है। मौजूदा वक्त में इबादत गाह एक्ट को नज़रअंदाज करते हुए ज्ञानवापी और मथुरा के मुकदमात को काबिल समाअत करार देने का फैसला भी उसकी एक वाज़ेह मिसाल है। याद रखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट उस वक्त तक ही सुप्रीम कहलाने का मुस्तहिक़ है जब तक आईन की पाबंदी करे, कानून के हुकूक का ख्याल रखे। अगर ऐसा न करे तो वो इखलाकी तौर पर भी सुप्रीम कहलाने का हकदार नहीं है।
So Maulana Madani has questioned the Supreme Court, says it shouldn't, questioning the word supreme, and he also goes on to talk about jihad. Viewers, in the same speech, in fact, he has said that there will be jihad if oppression continues, if oppression happens. That's a shocker coming in from the Jamaat chief, Jamiat Ulama-e-Hind chief Mahmood Madani. He's been in the news for such controversial statements, divisive statements in the past as well. And now he has triggered a political straw by saying if there is oppression, there will be jihad, as he accuses the judiciary and government of undermining the rights of the minorities. Meanwhile, we are interrupted by some more breaking news. Viewers, Air India flight. An Air India flight has reported abnormal high-rate descent. Airbus has been asked to investigate it. Now, Air India A32, this is another A32 aircraft. So A320 aircraft, I beg your pardon, A320 NEO, operating AI Air India flight 2333 from Bangkok to Delhi experienced an unusually high descent rate of over 7,000 feet per minute today. The autopilot disconnected automatically and the pilots took manual control to stabilize the aircraft. Flight data has been downloaded and shared with Airbus, which is analyzing the event to determine the cause. So that's another very, very dangerous development that we are learning about. Flight data has been downloaded and Airbus has been asked to investigate this high rate descent that has happened. It's abnormal, what we understand. AI flight, this is the Air India flight, and remember, Airbus already has grounded half of the fleet, and this is of course concerning about safety. We do not know if it is connected with the software issue or not. But yes, viewers, remember the A320 fleet has been grounded. Almost half of it has been grounded, and because of that, we see that the Indigo and Air India have warned of flight delays over the software upgrade. But this is a latest, this first from Republic TV that we are telling you about this flight that has in fact reported abnormal high rate descent. Group Captain GP Bajpai joined us on the broadcast. For more, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And Captain Bajpai, we see that there have been already, Airbus has been in the news, but now we talk about high rate descent and abnormal descent. Sir, what does this really mean and how concerning is this?
Ma'am, good evening to you and to millions of your viewers. This particular incident seems to be, though it is a little unusual, but it seems to be occasionally it happens, because the aircraft was flying at 25,000 feet and it descended at a rate of 7,000 feet per minute. More than 6,000 feet per minute rate of descent is acceptable. Beyond that, if the rate of descent increases, pilot is supposed to disengage autopilot and take the control on manual mode. And that's what precisely he has done it, since the pilot was alert. simultaneously, whenever the rate of descent increases or goes beyond 6,000 feet per minute, he is supposed to report to their respective safety management system and the flight safety department. As it is clear, you have reported that subsequent arrival at the base, they have not found any other abnormality. They have to go into details why this has happened, and they have to initiate the corrective measures.
Right.
However, anybody would link with those 6,000 Airbus aircrafts being grounded for the software glitch. I was observing your TV in the afternoon also. It is very well, beautifully covered by Captain Khalid. And only one more thing I would like to update. There are almost 500 odd aircraft, 350 with the Indigo and 150 with the Air India of this category. Some of them, most of them, or few of them would have got this software glitch issue. There it is understood from the reliable sources that out of this 6,000 aircraft, 5,100 aircraft issue could be resolved by updating the software, which will take only 3-hour duration. And for remaining 900 aircraft, we have to update the software on the equipment itself, for which the grounding time might be little more, or the respective computer are required to be sent to OEM, that is Airbus.
Right, sir. Many thanks for joining us with those insights into that story, viewers. Thank you so much for giving us that understanding of this development, viewers. We'll keep a close eye. With that, viewers, we shift our focus to the other stories that we're tracking for you from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. DMK MPs meet at the party headquarters under the leadership of Chief Minister and DMK President M.K. Stalin. The meeting was convened to review the work reports submitted by the MPs. Issues related to this SIR, along with the overall performance of the MPs, will also be discussed during the meet. 12 Bangladeshi nationals and 1 Indian citizen have been arrested by Islampur police after a raid in Char Gopalpur village under Hurshi Gram Panchayat. Arrests based on information from a confidential source indicating that foreign nationals were being sheltered in the area without documentation. The Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi on Saturday again adjourned the passing of its order on whether to take cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet in the National Herald money laundering case. The court will now pronounce its order on the 16th of December. A layer of fog lingers above the Dal Lake as temperature dips. Minimum temperature recorded today was at minus 3.1 degrees Celsius. The maximum expected to reach 12.1 degrees Celsius. Despite a slight improvement in the air quality, Delhi's air continues to be in the very poor category. Talking about this morning, with the National Capital Region recording an average AQI of 341. Air quality saw a slight improvement on Friday with an average AQI of 369. Tragic accident occurred at Bodhi International School in Ratlam after 14-year-old students studying in class 8 suddenly jumped from the 3rd floor of the school. The students suffered serious injuries and the school management immediately admitted him to a private hospital where doctors said that the child has fractures in both legs and the spine. His condition is said to be stable. Now, Al-Falah University continues to be at the center of the probe by agencies into the 10/11 Delhi car blast case. Several developments and revelations continue to surface regarding the terror doctors and the university's founder. Here's more.
In a startling discovery, NIA officials have recovered 18 lakh rupees in cash from the wardrobe of the suspected terrorist Dr. Shaheen. The money was concealed in a simple polythene bag inside room number 22 that belonged to Shaheen. On September 25th, Shaheen purchased a Brezza car using cash. The National Investigation Agency is now trying to determine the source of large sum. During the raid, the NIA also searched Shaheen's locker in the admin block of Al-Falah University campus. Meanwhile, the founder, Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, is also under huge scrutiny and is believed to have routed funds through a UK-registered company linked to his son, who holds a UK citizenship. The ED has opened a parallel probe into the investment of those funds, suspecting they were obtained by misleading people and laundering money through son's overseas firm. In a separate development, the Delhi blast case continues to expand. The NIA has recorded statements from 30 doctors at Al Falah Medical College. Those questioned have described the terror Dr. Omar as rude and selective about who entered his room. Investigators recovered 4 videos from Omar's phone. One shows him justifying jihad and human bombs. The other 3 are similar short clips lasting 3 to 5 minutes each. The phone is being analyzed to track down his accomplices. On the other hand, the Delhi police have issued a notice to private hospitals seeking information on doctors who graduated from Pakistan, Bangladesh, the UAE or China are now practicing in the capital. The multiple investigations into the cash stash, alleged fund routing through a university and the Delhi blast case highlight the web of financial and terror links that are now under investigation.
Shifting focus to Maharashtra, where AIMIM MLA from Hyderabad, Majid Hussain, has issued open threats at a rally in Maharashtra's Washim. Now, he's an MLA from Nampally of Hyderabad, Majid Hussain. He had come to address a rally at Bhagwanpura, and this is for the municipal elections. And he threatened the gathering, saying that if the matters come to us, streets will fall short. MLA's provocative remarks have gone viral on social media platforms. Listen in.
जब हमारे पे आएगी ना इंशाल्लाह गली गली कम पड़ेगी इंशाल्लाह। है मेरे बुजुर्गों, है मेरे नौजवानों, हल्ली से इत्तेहाद मुस्लिमीन है, बच्चों का खेल जब हमारे पे आएगी ना इंशाल्लाह गली गली कम पड़ेगी इंशाल्लाह।
Meanwhile, BJP has taken on the AIMIM over Hyderabad MLA Majid Hussein's threat